Very sorry, everyone. Welcome back. YouTube kind of kicked me out again. Very, very annoying. We've had a drinks break, I think. And Harshit Rana is continuing for his 11th over. No wickets have fallen. 2 dot deliveries to begin the 47th over. Travis Head is on strike. He's on 9 of 20. Marnus Labuschagne on 46 of 107. Australia trail by a mere 53 runs. They are 3 wickets down, 7 still in hand, and this one is clipped off the legs of Head. And the Australians are running hard between the wickets as there is an Indian fielder near the boundary, stopping the ball, throwing it back into Rishabh Pant. And the Australians have taken a couple. So Travis Head is now into double figures. 129 for 3. Trailing by 51. As we are seeing close-ups of Rohit Sharma, who doesn't look that happy, but also a bit like he's out of ideas. Head clips one again, and this is fielded by Ravichandran Ashwin at, deep backward square leg. And I think they have taken another couple. Travis Head on 13 of 22, and now the runs are starting to flow a bit for the Australians, putting the pressure on the Indian bowlers. And again, Rana comes in, and this is an attempt at a cut shot from Travis Head, but he misses it with an angled bat. And again, the Indians are quite unlucky. Rana is very, very unlucky that he doesn't get a top edge here from Travis Head. That was close again, very, very close again. The Australians living dangerously here. And Travis Head is very, very aware of the fact that that might have gone wrong very, very quickly as Rana comes in again. This time it is aimed at Travis Head's head, and there is no run. 47 overs gone. Australia 131 for 3. 49 the deficit for Australia. Once again, you can always get in touch with the stream using the YouTube chat. You can also use Blue Sky. The relevant Blue Sky handle is linuxlear at bsky.social. At linuxlear.bsky.social. That's my one. I will have a look at that. But you should also follow History of Everything. That's the third one. And Jessica, who probably will be on for a stint later on today, as we are having some spin after Ravichandran Ashwin bowled the penultimate over yesterday after some shenanigans with the floodlights. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and there is an appeal for LBW against Marnus Labuschagne, but no one is convinced that they should use a review for that one. There is no run though. Ashwin in, he has a short leg and a first slip, and this one is played to long on by Marnus Labuschagne, and they take another single. He's on 47 of 109 now. Head is back on strike. He is out there in the middle of the pitch. He is gardening quite a bit. Now he's taking strike again. There is a short leg for him as well. There is a slip in place as Ashwin comes right arm around the wicket, and Head plays that one out towards mid-on. The fielder comes around from mid-wicket because the ball is not very fast, stops it, and that is that. Lofted shot by Travis Head into the offside over mid-off. There is no fielder out there, and even if there had been a fielder out there, wouldn't have mattered because Travis Head hit that really, really well, lofted it all the way for 6. And the Australians are looking in good nick here. As Ashwin comes in, there is another appeal for LBW against Travis Head. It is not given on the field. There is considerable discussion going on between the Indians if that is worth a review, and in the end they decide against it. Can Ravichandran Ashwin make something happen here, something the Indians really, really need? Defended into the offside. It is fielded by cover and there is no run. Head 19 of 38. Is that correct? 19 of 28. Australia 138 for 3. And who will continue? It is Harshit Rana to continue. 48 overs gone. Labuschagne is on strike. He is on 47 of 109. Rana has bowled 11 overs, conceded 35 runs. 2 slips for Rana. In he comes, clipped off his legs by Labuschagne, and the Australians are jogging a leisurely single. Manus Labuschagne has taken off his helmet for some reason. Does he need a change of helmet or gloves? He has not been hit on the head thus far. 41 runs the deficit for the Australians now. As we are seeing aerial shots of the ground, there is the on-strike batsman is out in the middle, and Manus has apparently readjusted his protective equipment. He is getting ready again. Travis Head is on strike, and Rana continues right arm over the wicket to the left-hand head, who plays one out towards mid-wicket, and there is, I think, a single. As we are seeing that that 6 that Travis Head hit went 93 meters. It left the bat at almost 140 kilometers per hour. Another single, and that brings up 140 for the Australians. They trail by exactly 40 runs now. Labuschagne on strike. He is on 48 of 111. Can he make a half century here? Probably his best chance of the series so far to make a substantial score for Australia. In comes Rana, right arm over the wicket, and Manos puts his bat down and is beaten on the outside edge again. The Indians have been beating the outside edge very consistently here. There is no run, obviously. As the stream is a bit choppy at the moment. I'm sorry for that one. In comes Rana, 5th delivery of the over, and that one is dabbed to gully with a cross, with a horizontal bat by Labuschagne. There is no run. 140 for 3 the score. The Australians will need or will look for a substantial first innings lead, just to make sure that the Indians don't recover during the second innings as they did in Perth, one would think. This one is driven squarely by Labuschagne, and there are fielders running after it. It is stopped, and it does mean, though, that Manos Labuschagne is bringing up his 50 as Australia take a couple. And they are meeting out in the middle of the pitch. Travis Head congratulating his teammate to his 50. 142 for 3. 38 runs the deficit for the Australians. Once again, sorry everyone for having to reconnect, but YouTube has been playing some tricks on me during this test. Ashwin is back, and it is hacked towards gully by Head, and there is no run. There is a short leg and a slip again. This one is played out towards mid-wicket, and there is again no run. Manos has 11 hundreds and 21 50s in his 52 test matches, as Travis Head plays one back towards Ashwin, who is bowling right arm around the wicket. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is driven out towards cover by Head, and there is a single taken. Australia 143 for 3, trailing by 37 runs. Labuschagne on strike. He is on 50 of 114 deliveries. Rishabh Pant is standing up to the stumps as Ashwin comes right arm of over the wicket, and this one is defended back towards the bowler by Labuschagne, and there is no run. In he comes again, and this one is driven out to cover, and again there is no run. So just the single of Ravichandran Ashwin's third over. Let's have a look if there is anyone with us. Let's have a look at Blue Sky. Nope, doesn't look like it. Reminder, you can always use the YouTube chat, or you can use Blue Sky to get in touch. But let's have a look at Blue Sky anyway. Sean Hardy says, love to see Manos get to 50 without doing anything weird, restrained from the man. Well, I don't think I agree with that. I think he was doing a lot of weird stuff again. He is playing the lightsaber leaves, and he is screaming and denying runs and stuff like that. As Travis Head is now back on strike, and he late cuts one that finds the boundary behind square on the leg side, as Mohammad Siraj tries to field it, and the first delivery of Nitish Rana's 13th over is gone for 4, as he comes in again, squares up head, but he can play it out towards square leg, and there is a single in that one. The partnership is now 45 of 61 deliveries. Australia 148 for 3, trailing by 32 runs. And Travis Head is gesturing to the towards the crowd. I don't think he is gesturing towards his dressing room. Don't know what that was all about. Labuschagne on strike. He is on 50. And the Indians need to make something happen here. As Rana comes in, right arm over the wicket, and this one is cut by Labuschagne, and he finds the gap, finds the boundary at backward point. There's not no run. There is a boundary, 4 runs. And the Indians in the field look a bit deflated at the moment, one would have to say. After making early breakthroughs, 2 wickets fell before drinks in the first session. But they now trail by only 28, the Australians, as Labuschagne plays one towards Gully. Gully can't stop it, and Labuschagne finds another boundary. So 9 runs of the first 3 deliveries of Nitish Rana's over. It is, I think, his 12th. As we are seeing replays. That's a very, very late cut, and it is, I think, Yashasvi Jaiswal, who is standing at Gully, who dives to his left, can't stop it though. In comes Rana again, right arm over the wicket, defended back towards the bowler by Labuschagne, and there is no run, but the Australians will be the happier side come lunch in about half an hour, probably. Their partnership is 53 of 64. The last 4, the last boundary brought up the 50 partnership between these two. Rana comes in for the final delivery of his 13th over, right arm over the wicket, and this one is pulled powerfully by Manos Labuschagne, square into the leg side, and there is another boundary. So the Australians are really putting the Indian pace attack on blast. They should wipe out the deficit with a few overs to go before lunch if they can continue at this rate. $20 the deficit now. As we are now seeing highlights of the Labuschagne and Head partnership that is worth 57 now. They have been getting on with it, hitting boundaries. It's time for Ashwin again, and Travis Head is playing him out to cover, where it is fielded by Virat Kohli. Jaiswal is in at square leg. There is a slip, which I think is Captain Rohit Sharma. 2 dot balls to open the fourth of Ashwin's overs. Head is on strike. Ashwin in again, clipped into the leg side, but it is fielded by mid-wicket and there is no run again. Ashwin keeping things relatively tight thus far. He is bowling more onto the stumps than a lot of the other Indian bowlers. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket, and Head puts his bat down, but it falls short of the fielder at gully, and there is again no run. 160 for 3, trailing by 20 the Australians. Ashwin in, right arm around the wicket, defended back towards the bowler by Travis Head, and there is no run. Final delivery of Ashwin's fourth over coming up, and it is missing the edge of Travis Head. It is taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant, and there is no run again. Yeah, and Australia are, one would say, very well on top here. Let's give you some update from Wellington. The English are 533 runs ahead in that match. They still have 5 wickets in hand. Let's have a look at what's happening there. Jacob Bethel, I regret to inform everyone, will not get a maiden test century. He is out for 96 in that one. But England well on top here in Wellington. As Nitish Kumar Reddy is ready to continue the bowling, he will bowl his fourth over to Manos Labuschagne, who is currently on strike. Reddy coming in, right arm over the wicket. And this one is a bit down the leg side, clipped by Manos Labuschagne and fielded in the deep by mid-wicket. And there is a single taken by the Australians. 19 runs the deficit now. Head is on strike. India really need something to happen here. Right arm around the wicket, and it is played back towards the bowler, and he misfields it. He is hit on his bowling hand. Hopefully nothing bad happening there. The last thing India need is an injured bowler, and it looks like it was a very sharp caught and bowled chance. Anyway, in comes Reddy again, and he has Head squared up as he squirts one out into the offside. There is no run though, as Manos Labuschagne was very enthusiastic about taking that run, but he's sent back by Travis Head. The Australians getting a bit cocky now, which I don't understand, because there is no need for the Australians to be cocky here. Just play methodical cricket. You are only 19 runs behind. You have 7 wickets in hand, and Reddy angles one across head. And there is an attempt at a leg glance, but he misses it and is not out, unlike Steve Smith, to an ill-advised leg glance. .161 for 3. Australia trail by 19 runs. In comes Reddy again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is cut out into the offside by Travis Head. And there is a fielder out in the deep, which is, I think, Mohammad Siraj. And the Australians have again run 163 for 3, now 17 runs behind. Final delivery of Nitish Kumar Reddy's over coming up. Let's have a look. Jasprit Bumrah out there near the boundary, arms crossed. He is looking also a bit unsure of what to do, as again Mohammad Siraj fields one out in the deep, and the Australians have taken another 3, I think. Yes, they have taken 3, so 14 runs the deficit for Australia. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on Blue Sky or on Twitter. Once again, reminder, you can always use Twitter. Blue Sky, I think. Blue Sky and the YouTube chat. Twitter is not really that good anymore because I basically ditched Twitter. It has become a very unpleasant place, and now that Blue Sky is free, you don't need any invite codes. Everyone can make a Blue Sky account. So go ahead if you want to follow the stream. Go ahead and make one. As Ashwin continues to Travis Head, he bowls right arm around the wicket, and this one is defended back into the onside by Travis Head, and there is no run. He is on 31 of 47 now. In comes Ashwin again, and this is driven squarely by Head, and there is a single. As the fielder from the deep throws it in, Ashwin can't stop it, but there is backup for him. So the Australians are held to the single. In comes Ashwin to Manos Labuschagne, who tries a cut. It is stopped though in the point area. There is no run. There is a short leg and a slip for Manos Labuschagne as he clips one that evades short leg and is fielded by backward square leg. And there is a single, 168 for 3, trailing by 12 now the Australians. 2 more deliveries left in Ashwin's 5th over. He has conceded 10 runs thus far from his 4.4. In he comes, right arm around the wicket. And this one is played out towards point by Travis Head, and there is no run as it is fielded. 12 runs the deficit. Ashwin can't help but smile as Head clips one again into the leg side, but it is forward of short leg who can't even stop it. But the Australians don't take any risks and there is no run. As we are again seeing highlights of Travis Head's 32 of 50. He hit 2 4s and 1 6. So he has faced 50 deliveries, and since he made more than 15 runs, it's not even a cow and half ton. Ready to continue for his 5th over. As the Australians well, they are about to wipe out the deficit here, one would think. They were 86 for 1 at the start of play. They lost 2 wickets in the first hour of play. But Labuschagne and Head have found their rhythm as the first delivery of Reddy's 5th over is played out for a dot by Labuschagne. There are 2 slips again for Labuschagne. I think short leg has come out. Yes, short leg is out as Reddy comes in right arm over the wicket, defended back into the offside, fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. About 20 minutes to go before lunch on day 2. Reddy bowls 2 dot balls to begin his 5th over. Now there is a bit of a delay. Now he comes in again, right arm over the wicket. And this one is cut by Labuschagne, and there is a jubilant fielder in the slips. Is it Roy Charmer at first slip? He tried to play that with a cross-batted shot. He tried the late cut, and that was ill-advised. It is Jaiswal who gets him. Marnus Labuschagne has to go. Caught Jaiswal, bowled Nitish Kumar Reddy for 64 runs, but the damage is done, one would suggest. But very, very crucial breakthrough for the Indian bowling attack. They will need to take a few more wickets here, and they will be they will be relatively confident that they can keep Australia's lead in check. And if they can do that, they will not count themselves out of this contest here. Let's have a look if there is anyone with us on YouTube or Blue Sky. Let's first change that to live chat. Once again, sorry everyone for this being another stream, because YouTube ended my previous stream, which is a bit annoying. They have been having a few problems over the last few days with connections. Mitch Marsh is out in the middle for Australia. They trail by 12 runs, 168 for 4 inside the 55th over. So, Nitish Kumar Reddy is amongst them as well, as the first delivery is defended back towards the bowler by Marsh, the right-handed batsman, who receives an over-the-wicket delivery from Reddy. As we are seeing replays of Marnus Labuschagne, who was out-caught Yashasvi Jaiswal at... Well, is it gully or is it a third slip? There is a gap. There's no second slip. There's a first slip. When there's a bit of a gap, then there is Jaiswal. In comes Ready again, and this is driven but stopped at cover. There is no run. Final delivery of the over to come from Nitish Kumar Reddy. And once again, yeah, there's a replay of that catch. It was a pretty good catch, relatively high by Yashasvi Jaiswal of a top edge from Manos Labuschagne. But it was a regulation slip catch, and yes, we are seeing Virat Kohli shushing someone as he is wont to do. Final delivery of the over is defended again by Marsh. There is no run. Australia 168 for 4. As we are seeing slow-mo replay of Virat Kohli shushing and pointing at someone. He may not be the captain anymore, but the camera will find him regardless. As it is termed Kohli cam. Ashwin continues, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, and this one is clipped off his legs and fielded at fine leg for 2 runs, as the Australians are running very hard between the wickets. So Head on 34 of 51 now. 10 the deficit for Australia. In comes Ashwin, cut powerfully by Head, but only into the ground, and it bounces to backward point. There is no run. 170 for 4. Ashwin again, right arm around the wicket. This one is played out towards cover again. There is no run. Or extra cover, I should say. There is a short leg and a slip in place. And Travis Head goes down on one knee and he finds long off, but not before they have run through for a couple. 36, so the deficit is in single digits now for the Australians. 172 for 4. Right arm around the wicket. Travis Head goes down on one knee and he sweeps Ravichandran Ashwin, and he sweeps him for 6 runs. So almost parity here in the first innings with that one shot. Travis Head has almost wiped out the remaining deficit. It was 8, now it is 2 as he sweeps Ravichandran Ashwin for 6 runs. The Australian fans are loving every second of it. As Ashwin comes in again, right arm around the wicket, clipped off the legs by Head, and it evades mid-wicket and is fielded by Mohammad Siraj coming around from long on, and there is a single. So Travis Head is farming the strike here. 1 run the deficit, 179 for 4, Australia. About 10 minutes to go before lunch on the second day, and despite the Indians taking 3 wickets here, one would think that it's probably Australia on top here. They have almost wiped out the deficit that was left at the end of the first day's play. They have made around 90 runs thus far, so yeah. Even though the Indians took 3 wickets, it is hard to not give this session to the Australians. As Siraj continues for his 18th over of the innings, Travis Head is on strike. And Mohammad Siraj comes in, right arm around the wicket, clipped away into the leg side by Travis Head. And that is a boundary. And that means the Australians are leading by 3 runs as Travis Head hits his, I think, third or fourth 4. Australia into the lead, 183 for 4. Head taking strike as Siraj comes in, right arm around the wicket, and this one is fielded by Rana, and there is no run. 183 for 4. Rohit Sharma is looking critically at his field, but he doesn't change it. There are 2 slips in for Travis Head, who tries to hack Siraj away into the offside, but it is fielded at cover. There is no run. Sharma and Kohli in the slips, Jaiswal at gully. In he comes, right arm around the wicket, and this is defended back towards the bowler by Travis Head, and there is no run. Travis Head is within striking distance of a half century of his own. He's on 47 of 60. 2 more deliveries in Mohammad Siraj's 18th over to go. Jasprit Bumrah out there near the boundary, very consciously chewing his gum as Travis Head plays one out into the offside, fielded by Gill at cover. There is no run. Gill polishing the ball for Mohammad Siraj's final delivery of his 18th over. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's the final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 18th over to come. Right arm around the wicket, cut away into the offside for, I think they take at least a couple there, as it is fielded by, is that Jadeja out in the deep, fielding at deep point. Yes, it is taken for a couple. No, it is Nitish Rana. Nishit Kumar Reddy. I'm sorry. Whenever I see Rana, I think Nitish Rana, and whenever I see Nitish Kumar Reddy, who has Nitish on the back of his shirt, I also automatically think of Nitish Rana. Anyway, it was fielded by Nitish Kumar Reddy. The Australians have taken a couple, and Travis Head is 1 away from a half century of his own. Australia lead by 5 runs, and Ravichandran Ashwin is back into the attack, probably in an attempt to get 2 more overs in. Something is ringing. What's going on here? I'm hearing some noises. Anyway, first 2 deliveries of Ravichandran Ashwin's 7th over are played out for dots. It has been reviewed, I think. Or hasn't it? It's not saying on screen. Yes, the decision has been reviewed. Now it's saying that on screen as well. So let's see that again. There might actually be an inside edge involved in that one, as Mitch Marsh is coming forward to play it into the leg side. Very hard to see. And I think there will be a decision that there is an inside edge because there are two distinct amplitudes on Snicko. And yeah, I think India have thrown away another review. Oh no, the on-field umpire is unsure, can't conclusively say if that is bat or pad first. But the Indians apparently don't lose their review, which is I didn't know you could do that. I know you can give it umpire's call on whether it impacts in line or it's hitting or missing the wickets. I did not know that there is also umpire's call on whether it impacts the bat before the pad. Anyway, 3 more deliveries left in the over. Ashwin right arm over the wicket, and this one balloons up from Mitchell Marsh, but it falls at gully, and there is no gully there this time. There is only a first slip. Who runs over, fields it, and there is no run. 2 more deliveries to come. In comes Ashwin, and Marsh looks to get forward and jab it out into the onside. It falls between his legs, and there is no run. And the replay and Hawkeye show that if the umpire had decided that it impacted the pad before the bat, Mitchell Marsh would have been out because it was pitching in line, impact in line, and hitting the wickets. Final delivery of Ravichandran Ashwin's 7th over is a single, so Marsh off the mark. Head is on strike for 49 of 62. Ravichandran Ashwin in conversation with the umpire as he is given his cap and glasses back, his sunglasses, his shades, if you will. And it is back to Mohammad Siraj for what should be the final over before tea. So let's see what Mohammad Siraj can do. Is there maybe a breakthrough for India in the final over before tea? First delivery is taken for a single by Marsh, bringing Head back onto strike. He is the batsman with his eye in, no doubt about that. Also probably one of the in-form batsmen for Australia. Played a very, very good innings in the second innings of the first test. Made 90 odd. The only Australian to get anywhere near 100. And this time he cuts and he finds the boundary. There are 4 more runs, and Travis Head has brought up his half century of 63 deliveries, 53 of 63 now. Travis Head. Australia 191, elite by 11 runs. They have 6 wickets in hand. Travis Head takes guard again. And in comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm around the wicket, defended back into the pitch by Travis Head, and there is no run. 53 of 64 now. Why is the stream so choppy again? Yeah, let's have a look if anyone is with us. Hattie the Batty is with us on YouTube. Hello, Hattie. Hello from Storm Dara, battered UK. We have an amber warning in the village with gusts of 60 miles per hour and heavy rain due to last all day. Glad to have cricket to listen to in the dark hours. Yeah, you're very welcome, Hattie. Yeah, that sounds rather unpleasant. 60 miles per hour wind gusts. That's what, around 100 kilometers an hour. What's that in knots? It's a bit. It's around 55 knots or something like that. Which is quite the gust, I would say. 3 dot balls after that boundary from Travis Head, and a final dot ball to end, I think, the session. Yes, everyone is walking off. Travis Head on 53, Mitch Marsh on 2 of 10. Australia 191 for 4, leading by 11 runs. So, to quickly recap the session, I think it was still Australia's session, even though they lost 3 wickets during the session. The first one to go was Nathan McSweeney, who made his highest score in tests thus far, 39. Then Steve Smith failed, 2 of 11 for him, and Manus Labuschagne fell for 64 after making his half century. The not-out batsmen are Travis Head on 53 and Mitchell Marsh on 2. Pick of the bowlers for India is, unsurprisingly, Jasprit Bumrah. He took 3 wickets. The only other bowler to take a wicket is Nitish Kumar Reddy. And I will ask your forgiveness for not recapping that in any more detail right now, but because even though I had help this morning from History of Everything for half an hour at the start of play, I will be here for the next 2 sessions as well. So I will take a break. I will put on an interview, and I'll see you on the other side. See you later, everyone. Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to Bescheuertes kurzes Bein, and I'm here with Anindo Datta, author of Wizards, the story of Indian spin bowling, which is basically the definitive book on Indian spin bowling, I would say.
Very kindly.
Well, as we say in German, Ehre wem Ehre gebührt, honor those that deserve it, something like that. Yeah, well, maybe you tell us a bit about who you are, how you got into writing about cricket, and then we can talk a bit about your background, my background, how we got into cricket, how we got in touch, and how we, well, got into this alternative cricket media thing that we are now doing, something like that. I think the listeners might appreciate something like that.
Sure. Thank you very much, first, for inviting me to the podcast. It's an honor, and no, it's absolutely an honor to be on the podcast and talk about cricket to a German. It's weird, if you like. If we hadn't known each other for a while, I would have felt very weird with starting the conversation with a German on Indian spin bowling. But yeah, to answer your question, I was a banker most of my career, so about 27 years, a long time to spend in banking. For the last about 4 years, from a work standpoint, I've been running a leadership consulting firm. A lot of the work of that is driven by sports. So there is the connect with sports. From a writing standpoint, I started writing maybe about 12 years ago, which is not too long if you think about it. I used to write, of course, before that, but I never wrote on sports. So it was just one fine day. I read an article by someone on an Aussie website, of all things. And my first thought was, this is such crap writing. How can someone publish it, right? With due respect to whoever that writer was. But again, my thought there was, maybe I could write something, and if this can be published, mine can be published as well. So let's see what that's like. And I wrote something which wasn't very good, to be fair, but it got published. So I was like, okay, there's enough people to read what I write, looks like. But what was interesting was there was a lot of feedback from readers who wanted to engage and who appreciated what I wrote. So which is of course always encouraging, and so I kept writing. And then one day I got a call from the editor saying that one of their regular authors wanted to talk to me. And it turned out that that author was Kirsi Meher Homji, a writer who I had grown up reading, of Indian origin, but settled in Australia. And Kirsi had read one of my articles and then went and read a few more. And he wanted to speak to me because he wanted to say that he thought there was a book in one of the articles that I had written, which was on spells, bowling spells. And that conversation, where I basically told him that, look, I really respect what you do, but I don't know the first thing about writing a book. I cannot possibly convert 1,000-word article into a book. And he said, trust me, I've written 14 of them. There's a book in this. Right? And so I did the real naive thing, if you like, the real simple thing. I asked him, so how do you do it? Teach me how to do it, because then I can try. And he said, everybody's got a different style of writing, but this is how I work on mine. You have to find your own way of doing it. And that led to the first book that I wrote, which was Spellbinding Spells, which did rather well. Because it did rather well, although it was, self-published, it was relatively low-key. But then because people started talking about it, one of India's major publishers noticed that and they got in touch with me asking if I wanted to write on Indian spinners.
Mm-mm.
And that's how Wizards came into being. I wasn't planning one, so I told them what I really wanted to write was on the Indian spin quartet.
Mm.
So Vishen Bedi, Prasanna, Chandrasekhar, and Venkat, who I had grown up watching. But they said, look, if you're going to do that, there isn't a book which is really uh, up to date and which is deeply researched on Indian spin bowling itself. So
Mm.
why don't you make an attempt at just writing that? And so I took that on without realizing how much work it would be. But in the end, long story short, whatever, 18 months, 24 months later, we had Wizards. It went on to win India's Cricket Book of the Year award.
Mm.
So, that got me some love among readers, and that's where we are.
Excellent. That's a fascinating story, and so I don't think we ever really talked about how I got into cricket as a German, because I'm actually German born and bred. Um,
I wouldn't tell from your accent.
oh, thank you very much. No, I was fascinated by cricket when I saw, as a little kid, I saw a picture of a cricket match being played in front of a English mansion, and I didn't really know what it was, but it looked interesting. It looked fascinating with the people in white and the wickets and the bats and stuff like that. It was a typical, maybe late 19th century scene.
English summer scene.
Yes, yes, exactly.
And you were in Germany. You grew up in Germany.
Yes,
That's right.
I grew up in Germany. Yes, yes, it was on the package of tea time rusk with sugar and anise, and the packaging design contained this picture of cricket. Um, Later on, of course, I really got into Douglas Adams and The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and
Of course.
in the third book of that series, there's a lot of allusions to cricket.
Right.
And when I then got into university and got basically for the first time real, um, well, access to English daily newspapers in
Right.
the library, that was in around 2003, and then the Ashes 2005 happened, and I was hooked then.
Wow. Of course, I can understand why. Yeah.
Yes, and then the IPL started, and I really got into that. And then I had to move to Munich, and Munich was a really difficult time for me. And what really helped me in that time were cricket podcasts, mostly by Jared Kimber. Obviously, Kimber has I have a special connection to Kimber because he wrote an article on Medium, which was basically Substack before Substack came into being.
Yeah.
He wrote an article about Marcus North Saves Lives, was the title, I think, about him and his buddy, his mate, bullshitting about cricket, which convinced another friend of his to not commit suicide and instead come out as transgender the next day, because she had actually made plans to kill herself. And
That must have been very powerful. Yes.
yeah, exactly, that was very, very powerful. And then the pandemic came, and everyone was confined to their homes. So I used to tweet into Guerrilla Cricket a lot back then. That's when the connection there started. And from then on, the idea was, why don't we have something like that in German? And I said, you can sit around and mope about not having that, or you can
Create one.
do something yourself. Start a podcast, and I did that, and apparently there is a listenership in German. I got a lot of feedback of German people that say, okay, I really got into cricket very, very recently. And it's really interesting to have German content about cricket, explaining the history and everything else that's intertwined, heavily intertwined with cricket, which Germans do not really know about.
Of course.
Because we do not have the connection to former English colonies or British colonies. We do not see the socio-political implications in something like the West Indies team of the 70s and 80s and stuff like that.
Of course.
Yes, and
There is no cultural context to that.
no, absolutely not, absolutely not. The only cultural context for cricket in Germany is actually CB Fry trying to convince Joachim von Ribbentrop, Hitler's Secretary of State, to make cricket the German national sport. Which yes,
I absolutely didn't know that.
Yes.
When was this?
It was I think in 38.
Okay.
Somewhere around that. Because CB Fry was actually very enamored with fascism, which led to the British establishment after the war basically telling him, you shut up.
Yeah, not surprised.
Yes, the idea was shut down because Hitler thought that any sport needing that much personal protective equipment to be very un-German. Yes.
Well, I can believe Hitler thinking that. Yeah. Okay, that's fascinating. That's fascinating. I'm very glad you got yourself into cricket, and you've now got more and more German listeners into cricket, because more the merrier. It's a great game. Of course, we'll say that, but the more people who understand it, the more people who talk about it, the more people who play it. I think it's good for the sport.
Yes, and I think it's also really, really important in Germany right now, because with the refugee crisis, there were a lot of people coming to Germany from Afghanistan. And I think it's very important. It's a very important tool of integration, of cultural exchange. So the Germans can also understand a bit of the culture that the Afghans bring with them. Because integration is not a one-way street.
Of course not. Of course.
And I think that's really important for German society as well, in that sense.
Yep. And maybe someday you're going to have a German team half full of Afghans, which go and beat Pakistan.
Well, we actually did have one player in the German national team, the only player in the German national team that actually played official one-day internationals. His name is Davlatsai, and he had to flee Afghanistan. He was in the national team before, and he after that played for Germany, but only T20s.
Okay, because I have heard his name, but I didn't know he played for Germany.
Yeah, he played for Germany, and he's now a coach. He's got a coaching license here in Germany. Isatullah Davlatsai.
Fascinating.
Yeah, and I actually made a lot of friends here in Germany. In now I live in Hanover, and we actually do have a team here. It's mostly expats from India and Sri Lanka, of course.
Of course.
But there are actually German members there as well. Yeah. Um, so another question I would like to ask you is how you got in touch with guerrilla cricket, because you are obviously one of the main contributors to coverage of Indian matches on guerrilla cricket, if there are any. So how did you get in
Yeah,
touch with them?
yeah. Again, I think it came through Annie Chev
Mm,
because I got in touch. I can't even remember how Annie and I got in touch, but county cricket is something that I've always been hugely influenced by because, a lot of the work that I did on sports history, on cricket history,
mm,
naturally involved county cricket. Even if you look at it from an Indian cricket standpoint, traditionally, a lot of the Indian test players have played county cricket. And I was actually also a very big fan of someone like Headley Verity.
mm,
So I did a lot of research. I've written a lot of articles on Headley Verity, and uh, it's just something that fascinated me. So when I found that Annie was very passionate about county cricket and she was trying to do the work that she was doing,
mm,
I helped her when she first started the magazine County Cricket Matters. I wrote a few articles for that. I got a couple of cricketers to write articles for that, etc. And then I took it upon myself to publish the Kindle edition of that
oh,
from the first edition. And so I've been publishing every Kindle edition since then.
mm,
So when it comes out, typically Annie will send me the file, and I'll put it on Kindle with all the pricing, etc., so that people around the world can
mm,
also read it. Uh, so that's how it started, and then I think Annie introduced me to Tony Bishop,
mm.
and that's how I came across guerrilla cricket. And Tony and Hendo were really nice enough to tell me that, why don't you come into one of the broadcasts,
Mm.
and it went from there. So it's a lovely bunch of people. Not everyone gets along with everyone else, which is the fun part of it. Everyone has divergent views, but what makes it fun is, people like you coming on board, Leah, where
Mm.
you come in as a listener, you become a part on certain broadcasts, and the way we engage with people, with listeners, I think is very, very special. That
Absolutely.
and the quality of the analysis. And I have a lot of respect for some of the commentators who are a part of guerrilla cricket. Absolutely humble people, but the quality of their analysis, I think, sometimes far exceeds the analysis that you get on regular big media broadcasts. And the fact that we can make it accessible to everyone to listen to us as they deem fit, and there's such a big group of people who are purely volunteering their time and effort to make it happen for the love of the game, I think that's that's the beauty of guerrilla cricket.
Yes, absolutely. I have to agree with that, and something that guerrilla cricket does that traditional broadcasts don't really do is, and that is, I think, um, a consequence of the global pandemic when a lot of guerrilla cricket had to go um, video conference.
Yes. I mean, I
Is
wouldn't I wouldn't be here with guerrilla cricket if that had not happened, right?
exact
I mean, I live in Singapore. There's no way, I could ever have got into a studio anywhere to do commentary.
exactly that. But now there's people cooperating on the coverage from Australia, from Austria, South Africa. Um, there were USA commentators.
Yeah. And
I mean,
strange countries like Wales and Scotland sometimes,
yes,
Ireland.
yes, exactly. Um, but I think the real important thing is that it's not geo blocked, that you can access it from everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah. exactly. And you can listen to it. You're in the US going to work. You listen to it on your radio. I mean, I think it's just fantastic.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Um, yeah, so now people know a bit more about our backgrounds. Um, the sad part about Wizards at the moment is that it's not available. But I have heard that you are planning a second edition. Is that right?
Yes. So I'm commissioned to write a second edition. I've been commissioned for about the past 8 months, and I have to confess, I haven't done much work on it for a couple of reasons. One is I've been very busy with trying to make my um, consulting business work, so
Mm.
I've not had so much time. But also, it is increasingly difficult to speak to the modern players
Yes.
and I've been making as much effort as I can to speak to the young Indian spinners, or some of the older ones who I missed out the last time
Mm.
for a very simple reason that they didn't know who I was, so they had no interest in speaking to me. I've not been a journalist, so I had no credentials.
Mm.
Now they know about the book and they've read the book and they're happy to speak. So I've ended up speaking to a few of the people I wrote chapters about earlier. So I should be able to beef up those chapters, which would be amazing because, getting their own perspective on certain things, especially spinners who had difficult lives and
Mm.
who didn't really make their talent count. So you always wonder and you make judgments about why sports people, when they have the talent, don't actually achieve what they could have achieved. And then you talk to them and you realize certain things happened which only they tell you. And it's not apparent to other people, right?
Mm.
So a bit of the narrative, I think, from existing chapters will change because I've spoken to a couple of the people who are really sad stories of Indian spin bowling, if you like. Two of the
Mm.
most talented people. I'm not going to talk about who they are, but two of the most
Mm-hmm.
talented spin bowlers India's ever produced, but who really didn't make it to the level that they could. And then I have now started to get a couple of the younger guys to talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
I had a one lovely, lovely conversation a few months ago with Yuzvendra Chahal.
Oh.
So which was great. I mean, he's a fantastic guy. I mean, he's just so much fun as a person,
Mm.
and he'd tell you story after story if you ask him. So he's one of those rare sport people who are still playing and who would very freely talk about their life and their sport. And some of these guys have really thought hard about their skill, about their craft, and they're happy to talk about that, which is great. So yeah, there's still some work to be done. Couple of people I'm trying to get hold of to speak to, and I hope that in the next 3 to 4 months I can write this piece,
Mm.
and then maybe by middle of next year the book can be published. So that's my hope at the moment.
Yeah.
Long answer, sorry, but
No,
you did
no,
ask.
no. This is fine. This is fine. And congratulations to speaking to Yasvendra Chahal. I know he's been a favorite of yours for a very long time.
Yeah,
Um,
he has. I think he's got real talent, and there's a lot of talk about why he doesn't get to play in the World Cups,
mm,
and it's pretty weird because he gets picked for all the bilaterals. He doesn't get to play in the World Cups for some reason.
yeah.
But I think one of the reasons also is that in white ball cricket today, teams expect bowlers to be able to bat a little,
Oh
and
yes,
and
yes.
Chahal's probably the weakest of the lot in terms of his batting. So, but he's a very optimistic person, so he takes it in his stride.
Yes, I remember him giving Chris Gale betting tips during an IPL season, if I remember
Yeah, yeah.
correctly, where that was a really
He's
fun
not shy.
picture.
Let's
No,
put it this
no,
way.
he doesn't seem to be.
Yeah. So that's what's going on with Wizards. Yeah.
Excellent. So everyone, keep an eye out for the second edition of this book, soon to be updated. um, yeah. Um, let's have a look at the time. We've been talking for about half an hour now. Yes. So I know that the World Cup is probably a bit of an open wound still. It is for me as well
Indeed.
because I'm also a fan
Rohit Sharma.
of Rohit Sharma, yes, and of India as a whole. Because when I got into it, I thought, well, I mean, I got into cricket really seriously into cricket with the Ashes 2005, but I didn't really like the players on the teams that played in the Ashes. Ponting seemed a bit of a prick. Um, Flintoff was a bit,
Was
well,
definitely a prick.
yeah, and the Indian team at the time had players like Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar, of course.
Yeah.
So I gravitated towards them, but yeah, very unfortunate. So I'm an India fan
Yeah,
in
thank you
international
for that.
cricket.
I know you've been a big supporter. It's very unfortunate what happened in the World Cup, but the reality is that they played very well for 10 matches.
Yes, they
Uh,
did.
they were the best team in the World Cup by far in those 10 matches. On the final day, I, in my view, a couple of things happened. One is the probably the BCCI had a role in it, and I'm not
Oh,
ruling out the fact that Rahul Dravid had a role in it as well in choosing the kind of pitch they wanted to play in,
mm,
whether they admit it or not. And it was absolutely stupid to ask for, if that is what they did, in asking for a turning track
mm,
at a venue which where the curators have less experience of
mm,
than say at a Wankhede Stadium in Bombay or a Calcutta or a Delhi or a Bangalore, of turning out wickets in the way that they're supposed to turn out. So as a result of which, I think what happened was, instead of a turning track, what they did was they created a slow wicket,
mm-hmm,
which worked completely against the way India plays. Because you've
mm.
got fast bowlers, you've got batsmen who love the ball coming in onto their bat. It's the last thing in the world that you want, a slow wicket. And I
Yes.
think what also happened is that before the match, the team management did not prepare well for the fact that they might have got a wicket which was not exactly what they wanted. So either they
Mm,
misread it, or, which is bizarre to me, because if
mm.
Pat Cummins can read a wicket, I don't see why Rohit Sharma can't read the wicket, right? I mean, there's no logical explanation for that.
No.
So, so my assumption is they were ill prepared for anything but the kind of wicket they thought they would be getting.
Mm.
And as a result of which, they had no plan B. So when things went wrong, as they tend to do, um,
Yes.
they were unable to get out of it, and that went deeper and deeper into it. And then, KL Rahul got stuck in a KL Rahul way,
Mm,
where the entire tournament he'd been playing well, and then suddenly he sort of became afraid,
mm,
and started defending a bit. And then you had someone like Surya Kumar Yadav come in completely out of his element, clearly
mm,
panicking in a setup which should have been tailor made for him, because it was a T20 situation.
mm.
But he just completely fell apart.
Yes.
And yeah, so that was it. I think they lost the match at that point in time.
Yes, yes. I think they did. And I'm sorry to bring it up again, but
Oh, it's okay.
yeah, but because one thing about the World Cup is not exact or not necessarily the last World Cup, but there has been a lot of talk going around about the future of World Cups in cricket, of 50 over World Cups. A lot of people are saying that 50 over cricket is dying, that the next World Cup cycle will probably be the last serious World Cup cycle. And I'm not really sure about that, but I would really like to hear your opinion on that one. Will there be more cricket World Cups after the next cycle? They tried to expand the tournament again after contracting a few years back. What do you think? Will there be further 50 over World Cups, and will they still be relevant?
Okay, let's tackle the last part of the question
Mm.
first, right? I think if you go back a few months, I would say mea culpa to myself saying that the 50 over format had outlived its existence
Mm.
and it needed to change. There was good reason for that
Mm-hmm.
because before the World Cup, you had a few years of 50 over matches.
Yeah.
You leave aside the 2019 World Cup final, what happened, etc.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah.
But if you look at it broadly, 50 over cricket had become extremely boring. The middle 20 overs
Mm.
or middle 15 overs was so formulaic, nothing was going on, right? I
Mm.
mean, people would just, take 2 runs, 3 runs and over and just bide out their time before they went out to hit again, right?
Mm.
So you had sort of a T20 on both ends with nothing in between. It was very, very boring,
Mm-hmm.
what they were. So I thought there had to be a change either in the format or in the rules or however, just to make it more interesting for spectators.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, what changed in this World Cup was that I think different teams decided to play in different ways. So India decided to play in a very aggressive manner up front and at the end, and in between they were scoring at a reasonably high rate as well,
Mm.
right? So they just upped the ante a little bit. You had, you know, Australia playing in a very traditional one
Yes.
day way, which I think is the reason why the one day format was dying because
Mm.
Australia plays it that way. So I'm not a fan of that. But then you had England trying to really do something about that with their whole baseball thing. Unfortunately, they fell apart.
Yes.
Uh, so you had different teams trying different things, which made it very exciting. So 50 over cricket became exciting during the World Cup, not because of narrow results in the beginning, and but because of the fact that any result was possible, if you like.
Yes.
You had upsets, more upsets than you normally do in a World Cup.
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe because everybody was playing everybody else, n number of times.
Mm.
So you had a lot of matches which gave statistically a scope for upsets to happen. But eventually, you had Netherlands winning a few matches. You had Afghans going and, beating people.
Mm.
You had, various teams winning, right?
Yes.
So I think it's had a revival and it's found new fan base. And this is again something I want to just digress on a little bit because people in England and Australia do not understand this, despite me trying to explain to them for the last few years. The success of cricket is not dependent on how many people show up at a stadium.
Exactly.
It is as simple as that, right? If that's what you think, you are 10 years behind the game.
Mm.
Because if you agree with the fact that the commercial capital of the sport is in India, and I
Mm-hmm.
know everybody agrees and everybody hates it, especially the Aussies and the English, absolutely hate the fact that they ran that game in exactly the same way for 100 plus years,
Yes.
and now they don't. So I think it's a real problem for them to have third third world colonized country, take over what they had. But the reality is, away from that if you agree that the commercialization has gone there, how has the commercialization moved? The commercialization comes from sponsorship. It comes from the money that is going into live streaming, the money that is going into television coverage,
Yeah.
where advertisers and sponsors are able to get their money's worth. Nobody honestly cares whether 10,000 people show up at a stadium or 30,000 people show up at a stadium, other than the players and
Yes.
other than a few purists like ourselves.
Yes. 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 Exactly. Because the more important part is obviously if you have 500 million or 750 million people watching on television or on the internet.
Absolutely, and that's what happened during this World Cup. You had single matches. 50 million people were watching single matches.
Yes. And
I mean, that's just staggering, right? 50 million people watch, and these are not finals or anything. I mean, if you just single matches between two nations, 50 million people watching live.
Yes. Yes, exactly, and
that's the success of it, not the 10,000 people sitting in the stadium.
Exactly, and I don't have the numbers for the final, but I guess in the final there were more than 50 million people watching.
I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure it's in the triple digits of millions, because that one is watched around the world, and the Indian domestic market alone is so big, with India playing in the final.
Yeah. So that's the reason why I think you will, because that audience is enjoying the 50 over game, and with the young people I interact on Twitter, etc. The fact that the only thing they understood was IPL, the only thing they appreciated was T20, and suddenly you see them have an opinion on 50 over cricket, right? Suddenly you see them enjoying the game, talking about it, like how good it is. And you see young players who have grown into international superstars like T20 cricket suddenly come in there into the 50 over format and have an epiphany where they understand that they have a lot to learn and it's a different format. So you've had the transformation during the World Cup of 50 over stars coming in, figuring out that the the T20 stars coming in, figuring out
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm sorry I missed an over, I think. Yes, I missed one. It was one run delivered by Ravichandran Ashwin, and it is Bumrah now coming in again. Well, let's have a look at the facts. Probably Australia's session, even though they lost 3 wickets in that morning session of the second day. Both Marnus Labuschagne and Travis Head made half centuries. Labuschagne was out for 64. Head is still in with on 53 of 70. Bumrah, the pick of the bowlers for the Indians in the first innings. He has 3 wickets thus far from his 15 overs that he has bowled, and he comes in again. This time it is Marsh in his sights. He comes right arm over the wicket. That one is played square into the offside by Mitchell Marsh, and there is a single. Australia lead by 13 runs, 193 for 4. The Australians in much better shape than they were in Perth in the first test that they lost. 13 runs the lead. Let's see who else comes in. There is still Alex Carey in the hutch for the Australians. Alex Carey, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyons, and Scott Boland are still out in the dressing room for the Australians. And at least they will count at least on Carey to make runs. Second delivery by Bumrah is a dot ball. Let's have a look. Well, during the first session of the day, we had history of everything with us for the start of play. Let's see if anyone is coming in later today. Jess said that she will come in for a bit today as well. As Bumrah continues, and there is another dot ball by Travis Head. Let's have a look. And we have our first post-lunch boundary. It is a 4 by Travis Head of Jasprit Bumrah, who bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-handed head, and this one is cut between the slips, and there is a boundary. It's between the slips and gully. Some more coffee. Bumrah continues. Right arm around the wicket. And Head plays a quick one out into the offside. They run through for a frantic single, and the throw in from extra cover is wide off the stumps, but there is backup in the leg side, and the Australians are kept to a single. Australia 198 for 4 in reply to India's 180 all out in the first two sessions of day 1. Final delivery of Bumrah's 16th over to come. Mitch Marsh is the on-strike batsman. 2 slips in for him, and Bumrah bowls one onto the stumps on the shortish end of a length, and Marsh defends that one into the leg side, and there is no run. Let's see if anyone is with us. Remember, everyone, you can use the YouTube chat to interact with us, or you can use Blue Sky. The relevant Blue Sky handle is probably the first one, at linuxlia.bsky.social. And you can, of course, also use the YouTube chat. Hattie was there earlier in the day. I saw that they're having a bit of a storm out in the UK. So there is apparently 60 miles per hour winds and gusts and rain all day today. After only having been given a single over during the third session of the first day, now it is Ravichandran Ashwin who has bowled 7 on the second day, and he returns right arm around the wicket to Travis Head, who plays that one back towards him, and there is no run. Ashwin right arm around the wicket, cut away by Head, and he has evaded the close-in fielders on the offside here. Let's see what he can do. Looks like a single, followed by another one, and then a dot. 2 more deliveries left to go. I'm sorry, my feed is a bit choppy at times. 5th delivery is another dot ball to Travis Head. But the second single of the over brought on the Australian 200, and Travis Head goes down on one knee and sweeps Ravichandran Ashwin aerially. But again, the outfield proves too slow. The ball dies a few meters in from the boundary. Mohammad Siraj running after it, fielding it, throwing it back in. And he keeps the Australians to a couple there. So 202. The lead is 22 for the Australians. Bumrah continues. 62 overs have been bowled in Australia's first innings thus far. Marsh is on strike. He is on 5 of 16. Jasprit Bumrah in conversation now with Virat Kohli, who it's a weird role that Virat plays here. Because he is basically pulling duty as India's unofficial captain, kind of. Rohit Sharma is looking relatively passive in the field, and Bumrah is obviously Australia's vice captain, but it seems to be Virat directing the action on the field, and first delivery of Bumrah's over is giving us a no ball because he has overstepped, not by much, but he had a problem with no balls in the Perth test as well. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, 2 slips and a gully in for Mitch Marsh, who defends this one back into the pitch, and there is no run. The lead is 23 now, and in the context of a relatively low-scoring match here, that might actually prove significant, as long as the Australians don't repeat their mistakes from Perth and let the Indians get away with something in the second innings. Bumrah in again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is dabbed out between slips and gully, and Marsh finds the boundary for 4 runs. Australia 207 for 4 now. I think the lead is 27 now. Let's have a look. There is no one right now on Blue Sky. Let's have a look at the YouTube chat. We had Cat earlier today. I'm sorry. The problem was that there was a bit of a problem with the connection from YouTube. YouTube ended my session because of connection problems. I'm relatively certain that it wasn't on my end because my stream of the game continued, but YouTube said, okay, your upload is not working. Thus ending my live stream session. Anyway, Two dot balls now for Jasprit Bumrah after having a no ball first up, as we're seeing close-ups of the venerable old scoreboard at Adelaide, and all the wires and the cranks and stuff like that in there. It's a very endearing anachronism in this very, very in this very modern looking stadium, but that they still have the old scoreboard, that all this in the time of the jumbotrons and the big screens and stuff like that. It's it's a bit of a nice touch, I would say. Final delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's over the 17th one, and he bowls one onto the stumps of Mitch Marsh, who turns it out to short leg, and there is no run, or square leg, and there is no run. There's no short leg. He's not wearing the helmet. He's not that close in. As we are seeing the scorecard, so Kawaja made 13, McSweeney 39, Labuschagne 64, Smith 2, Head is not out on 61, and Marsh not out on 9. 19 extras have been registered, 63 overs bowled in total, 207 for Australia in their first innings. The lead is 27 runs. And Ravichandran Ashwin is continuing to the left-handed Travis Head. He comes in right arm around the wicket, and this one is played out to long off, where it is fielded, thrown back in towards the square, and the Australians have taken a single. Marsh on strike now. 208 for 4. Marsh asking for some time to remark his guard. In comes Ashwin, switching to over the wicket for the right-hander Marsh. This one is played out towards the bowler, and there is no run. This is the 10th over that Ashwin bowls during this innings. He has conceded 28 runs so far. Started very, very economically, but has been taken to the cleaners a bit during the last few overs. He was swept for 6. There's an appeal for LBW, and it is given. Is it for LBW or is it for caught behind? Mitch Marsh is not reviewing that. Apparently he is on his way. Let's see a replay. This is very, very, very close. Ashwin coming in. It pitches outside the off stump. And it looks like he has been given out caught behind by Rishabh Pant. He managed to get his right, his left knee outside the off stump, but apparently the bat catches the ball just a feather through behind to the keeper Rishabh Pant, and that means that the 5th Australian wicket has fallen, and that should bring out Alex Carey, as Mitchell Marsh has to go. He's out, caught, punt, bowled Ashwin for 9. And the Indians will hope that this ends very, very quickly from here on. In the context of this game, the Australians have a lead of more than 10% of their total. Around 15% more in relation to the Indian total of the first innings, 180 all out. Ashwin, 2 more deliveries in his over, and he has Alex Carey in his sights. First one is defended out into the offside by Carey, and there is no run. Ashwin is rearranging his fielders. I think it's long on and long off. Next one is played by Alex Carey towards long off. And there is a misfield by, I think it's Nitish Kumar Reddy. No, it's Harshit Rana, I think. And the Australians are running on the misfield. Thus, Alex Carey is off and running. 2 of 2. And we are seeing replays. And what's that? There is no edge. Mitchell Marsh went without hitting the ball. His bat hit the pad. But he was given out on the field. He looked at his batting partner and he didn't choose to review, which means that the old myth that batsmen always knew when they hit it has died another day, another time. Bumrah now coming in. Cut by Travis Head, and the Australians have run a single. So Alex Carey on strike now. Head on 63. As we are seeing replays again, yes, there is absolutely no way that Mitch Marsh hit that one. There will be a lot of discussions. In defense of the Indians, there probably was a sound as the bat hit the pad. In comes Bumrah, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey. And Carey plays a defense with a very, very straight bat, but inside the line of the ball, and there is no run. There has been a bit of a delay. I don't know exactly what's happening. Now we are back. 3 slips for Jasprit Bumrah to Alex Carey, and he squeezes one past his stumps of an inside edge, and it is fielded out in the deep, but only after the Australians have taken the single. No, they have taken a couple. Carey is on 4 of 4 now. 213 for 5, 33 the lead. Apparently, the delay came from Travis Head, who was telling the Indians that Mitch Marsh didn't really hit that there was this much between bat and ball. It wasn't that much, but there was a considerable gap. As Carey plays one into the offside, it is fielded by the fielder coming in from point, which I think is Mohammad Siraj, because he's the only Indian fielder who is wearing a floppy hat. What is going on here? Has Bumrah bowled another no ball? Looks like the umpire is having his arm out. No, just a single. Travis Head is on strike. Bumrah continues, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, and this is a filthy full toss, but Travis Head can't capitalize on it. It is played out to extra cover, where it's fielded by KL Rahul, and there is no run. As we are again seeing replay. Yeah, they will replay that Mitchell Marsh wicket for the rest of the series, I would think. Bumrah, final delivery of his 18th over, coming in right arm around the wicket, shorter, and Head is trying to play a ramp shot to that one, an uppercut. Misses it though, 214 for 5. The lead is 34 runs. I will just skeet out that we are back with the post-dinner session. I'm sorry, I said lunch earlier, didn't I? Yeah, because this is a day-night test. Of course, it is the dinner break. All right. On Blue Sky, you can see that now, and I'm hoping that now that it is a little after 7 in the UK, it's 8:07 here in continental Europe. I'm hoping that more of my generally European focused subscribers or audience will show up in the chat. I'm thinking maybe Stephen Kelk will show up. Matley Hattie is with us. And yes, again, you can always use the YouTube chat to get in touch. I'd love to hear from you. This that makes it all so much more interesting and engaging as Ravichandran Ashwin completes another maiden over for him. And I think the Indians will now really push for that wicket. These are basically the last two recognized batsmen that are now out in the middle. Carey and Head, the Australian tail can be spectacular. It can also collapse very easily. In comes Bumrah for his 19th over. He has Travis Head in his sights, right arm around the wicket, defended into the offside by Head, and there is no run again. Ashwin and Jasprit Bumrah has overstepped again. He has a bit of a no ball problem in this series. He bowled a fair few no balls in the Perth test. He was still man of the match in Perth, and in this first Australian innings he is also the pick of the bowlers of the Indians, as Head plays one out behind square on the offside. There is no run though. As there was a shout during Ashwin's last over the maiden for an LBW, but we are now seeing Hawkeye, and it shows that it would have missed the wickets. So good decision there from the umpire, as there is a swivel pull from Travis Head as Bumrah is short, and this one goes away to the boundary for 4 runs at square leg. Nitish Kumar Reddy is after it. He almost stops it on the bounce, but can't get his hands to it. He is fielding it very close to the boundary though. Would have been a fantastic stop if he had made his ground, but he didn't. As Head cuts one, and this time Mohammad Ziraj fields it at deep backward point, and there is no run. Or is there a run? There is a single. Yes, there is a single. Alex Carey is now on strike. 220. The lead is 40 runs. Australia 220 for 5. Bumrah with figures of 3 for 44 from 18.3 overs. Half of his 19th yet to come. In he comes again. 3 slips for him. Right arm around the wicket, and Carey weaves back. And the umpire tells Bumrah that's the one bouncer of the over. As it passes Alex Carey, where probably his the bill of his helmet would have been if he had stood up. There are 3 slips. There's point, mid off, mid on. There is a very deep fine leg. It's a boundary rider as Carey plays one back towards Bumrah, and there is no run again. 220 for 5. One more delivery left in Jasprit Bumrah's 19th over. .5 overs have been bowled by the Indians in the first Australian innings thus far. In comes Bumrah. There are 3 slips. There is a gully. There is a point. And he bowls, and this one is played out to cover, where it is fielded by Shubman Gill, and there is no run. So, let's have a look if anyone is with us on Blue Sky. Where did Blue Sky go? Did I close it? I don't think I did. There are 2 notifications here. Let's have a look. Come on. Kate Jones liked the announcement of the post-dinner session stream. So, I think she was in the YouTube chat earlier today during the first session. If you're listening, Kat, you're very welcome to write in, or if you have a Discord account, use the chat functionality on Blue Sky if you want to hop on for a bit. We've had history of everything earlier today, and I'm hoping we can have Jess on for a bit of a stint during the 3rd session later in the day. Ashwin continues. First delivery is taken for a couple by Travis Head. Second delivery is another dot ball. And the next one is a lofted shot by Travis Head, and this one is so high that any fielder that might have been there would have been absolutely irrelevant, because this one is a 6. He has taken a liking to Ravichandran Ashwin, seemingly. I think this is the 2nd or 3rd 6 that Travis Head has hit off Ravichandran Ashwin. Lofted shot straight down the ground, above Ashwin's head. And there is another one, and this time it is dropped by Mohammad Siraj at mid-on. He had a lot of ground to cover though, so it wasn't an easy chance. It was very, very high, and the Australians take a couple as we are seeing a replay. Well, yeah, I'm afraid that one has to go into the books as a dropped catch by Mohammad Siraj. He is running back at mid-on, and he gets fingers to it, but can't hold on as it dribbles out. That would have been the wicket the Indians desperately wanted. Travis Head, who is looking very, very good, and he is on 78 from 93 after now 68 overs, as the last two deliveries of Ravichandran Ashwin's 12th over are played out for dot balls, 230 for 5. And Hattie is with us in the YouTube chat, and she says, still here, not taken off like a scene from The Wizard of Oz, as I live in a barn conversion above my friend's garage. If I see the Wicked Witch of the West fly past on a broomstick, I'll let you know. Yeah, the Wicked Witch. Yeah, isn't there currently a movie version of that Disney musical called Wicked? I've seen advertising for that one, but well, it's not that big of a thing in Germany, I think, because I mean I'm relatively old. I was born in the early 80s, and that just wasn't that much of a thing back in my childhood. The Wizard of Oz and stuff like that. Of course, we had something like Alice in Wonderland and stuff like that, but The Wizard of Oz never really was a big thing for me when I was younger. As Harshit Rana continues, and I'm very, very proud of myself that I didn't say Nitish Rana, because it is Harshit Rana. The Nitish in this squad is Nitish Kumar Reddy. First delivery to Alex Carey is taken for a single by Carey. So Head is back onto strike. Australia 231 for 5. Head 78 of 93. And let's have a look. There is a slip, there is a gully, there is a point, as Harshit Rana comes right arm around the wicket and bowls one down the leg side, and Travis Head misses his leg glance. Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps, and there is no run. As we are seeing pictures from the very, very top of the stands, and they have giant fans under the what's it called? Yeah, kind of the roof up at the top of the stands. The lead has crossed 50 now, 231 for 5. 2 dot deliveries after that first single of the over. As we are seeing again, the old scoreboard right next to the modern Jumbotron, as Travis had top edges won over the slips for 4 runs. 235 for 5 now, Australia. He tries, or he attempts a very, very late cut with a horizontal bat, misses it, just gets the top edge onto that one. but it flies over head height between Rishabh Pant, the keeper, and Virat Kohli at first slip. Would have been a really, really sharp chance if anyone had gotten anything on that one. And again, Rana bowls relatively short, and Travis Head is looking to play an uppercut, misses it though, and it goes through to Rishabh Pant, the keeper. There is no run. The score remains 235 for 5. As we are seeing replays from the stump camera this time, and yeah, that's unfortunate for the Indian cordon there. Final delivery and clipped off the legs. And is there a fielder out at fine leg? There is one, but he is too wide, and it is Nitish Rana out there, and he can't prevent the boundary. So another boundary, 9 runs off the 69th over. And the Australians, despite losing Mitch Marsh, are in control in the second session of the second day. Unless something like in Perth happens during the second Indian innings, one would have to say that the Australians are well on top. Their lead is nearing 60 now. In a relatively low scoring match, India made 180 all out in their first innings. The Australians are currently 239 for 5. They are well on top as they take a single of the first delivery of Ravichandran Ashwin's 13th over. 1 for 41 his figures now. He has 1 wicket. Mitchell Marsh, who was given out caught behind, even though replays showed that he didn't hit it, but he didn't review it either. So all is fair. Ashwin bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, who plays one out into the offside where it is fielded, and there is no run. 240 up for Australia though. 240 for 5. There is a slip in place for Ravichandran Ashwin, and he is cut away, and this one evades gully. It is fielded by deep backward point, that is Jasprit Bumrah, and the Australians have taken, I think, a couple. Yes. So Travis Head on 88 of 100. 62 the lead, Australia 242 for 5. Let's have a bit of a look at some stuff on YouTube, if there is anything there. No, there is not yet. Okay. Dot ball and a single. So Alex Carey is now on strike. He will face the final delivery of Ravichandran Ashwin's 13th over. Almost half an hour gone in the second session of the day as Ravi Ashwin bowls one onto the legs of Alex Carey, who can only defend it back towards Ashwin, and there is no run. 243 for 5. 70 overs gone. Australia lead by 63 as the Indian fielders are changing ends. Alex Carey is on strike. He is on 7 of 17. No, it's Head, obviously. Carey was on strike at the end of the over. So now Head is on strike. And Harshit Rana continues, as we are seeing Travis Head gardening out in the middle of the pitch for a bit. I'm not really certain that gardening is really a good idea, because it probably just weakens the integrity of the pitch, leading to even more deterioration as the play goes on. Anyway, Rana is greeted to his next over with a cut shot by Travis Head that finds the boundary, so he moves into the 90s. So 90s in 2 consecutive innings for Travis Head, because he also made 90 in the second innings in Perth. And he is not waiting around. Serious. He can't stop the boundary, but he's back on his feet. But he's holding his knee. This is not looking good for India. 2 consecutive boundaries for Travis Head, who is on 97 from 104 now, and he drives one out to mid-off for where it is fielded by Bumrah, and there is no run. 71 the lead for Australia now. 3 more deliveries in Harshit Rana's 15th over. Australia 251 for 5. And I think this is the first time today that we are seeing the AI-assisted matrix pan-around shot. Next delivery doesn't produce a run either, so Head stays on strike. He is looking for his century. He is 1 boundary away from triple figures, and he has gotten there quickly. 97 of 106 deliveries. Australia 251 for 5. Penultimate delivery of the over by Nitish Rana, and this one is cut again by Travis Head. This time it brings only a single as it is fielded. 98 of 107, and Alex Carey will face the final delivery of Harshit Rana's 15th over. Australia lead by 72 runs. They are 252 for 5. Let's see if Harshit Rana can make the breakthrough that India need here. He squares up Alex Carey, who plays it out into the offside. There is no run though. So that means that Alex Carey will be on strike for the next over and possibly will make his century in this next over. Let's see what there is on Blue Sky. Nothing addressed to us specifically, but a very, very interesting observation from WG Rumblepants, friend of the show. After the series against New Zealand concludes, England will play another test until the 22nd of March 2025. Feels like quite a long gap. I wonder who will be batting for England at 3 during that match. Yeah, interesting. As I was talking to History of Everything earlier, this feels like a bit of a last hurrah for some players in these teams here. Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadeja have already retired from T20 internationals. They are probably I don't think that Kohli and Sharma and I think to a lesser extent Bumrah might actually do it again. This might be the last tour of Australia for some of the mainstays of this Indian side, one would think. Ashwin might have a bit more longevity in him. He is bowling his 14th over, and of the second delivery of Ashwin's 14th over, Travis Head moves on to 99 as Carey takes a single of the fourth delivery. And Travis Head is on strike. He is on 99 and he is facing Ravichandran Ashwin, who has taken a wicket in what will no doubt turn out to be controversial fashion, because Mitch Marsh was given out caught behind to a delivery that he did actually not hit. And Travis Head plays one out towards Ravichandran Ashwin, who fails to stop it cleanly, but Travis Head is not taking any chances here. In comes Ashwin, clipped into the leg side, and now they run for the single, and that is a very well made 100 for Travis Head, who celebrates by swinging his bat like a baby in his arms. Now he has taken off the helmet, put the helmet on top of the handle of the bat, and grabs the bat by the handle, raises his arms. Very well made 100 of 111 deliveries he faced. 75 the lead for the Australians. As they are 255 for 5 after 72 overs. And that brings Harshit Rana back into the attack. 15 overs he has bowled. 74 runs he has conceded. Head is on strike after that single. And he chops one into the ground. It is fielded by Gully and there is no run. So he remains on 100 and not out. Very well made century by Travis Head after he missed out during the second innings of the first test in Perth, where he made, I think, 93 or 94. Let's have a look. India 2 overs. Yeah, open a new tab. Go ahead. Results. In the first test, he made, I will tell you, oh no, I'm sorry. It was 89. He didn't make a 90. Sorry, everyone. He made 89. But it was comfortably the highest score by an Australian in that match. Rana begins his 16th over with 2 dot balls, then he lofts one over the offside and it dribbles into the boundary. Again, the outfield proving relatively slow, and the ball slowed down considerably the closer it got to the boundary. But this time Travis had enough on it. The fielders running after it couldn't catch it, and there is a boundary to Travis Head again. 104 of 114 deliveries. Australia lead by 79, 259 for 5. Rana in again, right arm around the wicket. This one is defended back into the offside by Travis Head. There is no run as Virat Kohli comes around to field it inside the circle, and there is no run. Travis Head is gesturing towards the dressing rooms, I think. Does he need a change of gloves? Not sure. As we are seeing Captain Pat Cummins, who is sitting there padded up in the dressing room. He is in conversation with Steve Smith, who has changed into his trainer's outfit, while Manos Labuschagne is in conversation with some member of staff. He didn't bother to take off his whites. It's a wonder he took off his pads. Anyway, Rana continues. He comes over the wicket now and is sliced away to the boundary by Travis Head as he tries to angle one across him. Another boundary, Head on 108 for 108 from 116. Comfortably Australia on top here. For the Indians to have any shot at staying in the game, they will need to dismiss at least one of those two batsmen within probably the next 20 minutes before the drinks break, as the partnership is currently 55 of 56 deliveries. So the Australians are really, really making hay here. As Travis Head makes another 12 runs of Harshit Rana's 16th over. Travis Head 112 from 117. As Travis Head is in conversation with the umpire, I'm not sure what that is all about. Let's have a look if ESPN Crick Info or some other live ticker can enlighten us. The Indian bowling attack currently seems to have lost the plot a bit, especially Harshit Rana. He has an economy of 5.37 from his 16 overs. He bowled 2 maidens, but he conceded 86 runs. Let's have a look if there is anyone with us on Blue Sky. Rich Turner retweeted the link to the stream, but that is it. Again, a reminder that you can always use the YouTube chat, or you can use Blue Sky. The Linux layer .bsky.social handle is mine. The other ones are also handles you should follow. It's Jess, who was on for the first test and will be on hopefully later today again. And the other one is History of Everything, who was on earlier in the day at the start of play. So, Ravichandran Ashwin is bowling his 15th over. A single to Alex Carey of the second delivery. Travis Head on strike now, and he can only play him out for a dot ball. 268 for 5. As Carey gets an inside edge that he is very, very lucky not to chop onto his own stumps, and the Australians have taken a single, I think. Yes, they have. Travis Head moves on to 113 from 119. Alex Carey is on strike. 73.4 overs bowled. Ashwin in again, and Carey goes down on one knee and sweeps him backward of square on the leg side. But it falls short of the fielder who is out there patrolling the boundary. So the Australians take another single, putting Head back onto strike. And he looks set for a massive daddy 100 here. Ashwin coming in, right arm around the wicket, played out into the leg side by Travis Head. There is no Australia bring up that 250 during the over. 200 bring on the 270. 270 for 5 now. And Australia are massively on top, one would say here. After the Indians couldn't cope with Mitchell Starc with the pink ball, which is kind of basically unfair. Mitchell Starc is a massive threat with the pink ball, and he got movement on the first day. The Indians also got movement during the evening session of the first day, but they couldn't really use it. They bowled too wide outside the off stump. And that is basically no good if you are getting massive movement through the air and off the seam away from the batsman. But if you are bowling too wide outside the stumps, you won't draw the batsman into injudicious shots. As Mohammad Siraj is back for his 20th over, he is facing Alex Carey. He comes in right arm around the wicket, and this one is bowled onto the stumps, and it is defended out into the leg side by Carey. Siraj himself feels it. There is no run. Alex Carey is on 10 of 24, and the lead is approaching 100, which is monumental in the context of the first Indian innings. And again, Mohammad Siraj to Alex Carey, right arm around the wicket, and there is again movement for Mohammad Siraj, and he again beats the outside edge of Alex Carey with a ball that moves quite a lot after passing the batsman. Unlucky here, Siraj, one would have to say. Australia 270 for 5. Siraj in again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is played into the offside, very square by Alex Carey. And there is a single taken. So Travis Head, the man in form, is back on strike for the Aussies. The lead moves to 91. Australia 271 for 5 after 74.3 overs. Siraj with figures of none for 59 in the innings thus far. A single of the third delivery thus far in the over. Fourth delivery coming up now. Mohammad Siraj switches to over the wicket to Travis Head, who dabs it out towards deep point, and there is a single. Carey back on strike. He is in double figures, 11 of 26. Yes, a reminder everyone, if you like this stream, consider leaving a like below the video, and also consider subscribing. It doesn't cost you anything, and it would really help a small channel like mine out quite a bit, as Siraj comes in again over the wicket. And again, he is deposited this time towards deep extra cover, where it is fielded by Shubman Gill. And the Australians have taken another single, just a single. Final delivery of Siraj's 20th over coming up. He has Travis Head to ball to. Head on 114 of 121. Australia 273 for 5, a lead of 93 runs. Siraj stays over the wicket as Travis Head attempts a lap sweep to that one, or a lap pull to that one. Misses it though, goes through to the keeper. There is no appeal for anything, as there is a clear gap between the ball and the top edge, and that is a drinks break. And I will be with you very, very shortly. Sorry, everyone, we are back. I had to take a little bit of a bathroom break there. Anyway, not much has happened apart from Mohammad Siraj conceding 7 runs of his first 4 deliveries of his 21st over. Australia have brought up their 100 lead with the second single of the over of the third delivery. 281 for 5 now, as Travis Head is jabbing him out into the offside, and there is, I think, another single. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 21st over coming up now. Carey is on strike. He is on 15 of 31. Australia lead by 102 runs. After 76.5 overs. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. And the final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's over brings the long-awaited wicket. It is not the one that they would have preferred. It is indeed Alex Carey, who is out, caught behind by Rishabh Pant. Let's see that one again. He was trying to drive that off the back foot. He gets the outside edge. Mohammad Siraj and Rishabh Pant makes no mistake. Alex Carey has to go for 15 of 32. He's out caught punt bowled Siraj, and Australia are 282 for 6, which is a minor dent in their performance on this second day, one would think. The lead is over 100, and Australia are well on top in this test, one would think, even though now the Indians are basically into the tail of Australia, but still there is Alex Carey to deal with out in the middle. He is the first centurion of the match. As we are again seeing advertisements for Meet the Rees-Moggs, which is a reality TV series I don't think anyone would want to watch. Who would like to watch the human pencil that likes to wear double-breasted jackets into the House of Commons? Speaking of Cummins, it is Cummins. Patrick Cummins is out in the middle, the captain of Australia. He is off strike at the moment, but he is in now as Ravichandran Ashwin continues with his 17th over to Travis Head, 120 from 130 now, with the first delivery of Ashwin's 17th over going for a dot. 282 for 6 Australia. Next one is played towards long on by Travis Head, and I think they jogged a single, so Pat Cummins is on strike. Probably not the worst time for Patrick Cummins to be out in the middle. He has aspirations of being a true all-rounder, or at least a very, very useful lower order bat. And I think in this situation, the lead being 103 runs, he will give himself a license to swing the bat a bit. First delivery is defended back towards the bowler though, as Ashwin is bowling over the wicket for the right-handed Cummins, and there is no run. In he comes again. There is a slip and a short leg in place for Ravi Ashwin bowling to Patrick Cummins over the wicket, and this one is defended into the offside again, and there is no run. 2 more deliveries in Ravichandran Ashwin's 17th over to come. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and this one, well, it deflects weirdly up into the air off the inside edge of Patrick Cummins' bat, but there is no fielder out there. Is it really the inside edge, or did the bat turn in his hands as he hit that? I can't really see that right now. The feed is a bit choppy. Anyway, there is a single in that for the Australians before Travis Head plays out the final delivery for a dot ball, and the Australians lead by 104 runs. Cummins on 1 of 3, Head on 121 of 132. We are now seeing highlights of Travis Head's 121 not out. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on YouTube or Blue Sky. As I said, you can always get in touch with the stream on Blue Sky. Use the Linux Lea Blue Sky handle up on your screen now, or you can always use the YouTube chat. And if you like this, maybe there are some new people coming into the stream today, because we had a history of everything on earlier today. Yeah, please do like and subscribe. It's free, and it would really help a small channel like mine if you would consider doing that. And I can tell you that we will have Jess on for the final session of the day. I will thank her for that. All right, so final session of the day will be another one with 2 commentators. After we had, as I said, history of everything on for the start of the day. Who was very, 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 very not glad with Steve Smith, who has not had the best of times in this series. But what was the series before this one? I think it was against Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken, and he made a 93 not out in that one. It was, I think, 3 tests ago. Nitish Kumar Reddy is continuing, and he almost gets the outside edge of Captain Cummins. Or is it the outside edge? Doesn't really matter, because it is not taken cleanly by Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. It is taken on the bounce, 10 centimeters behind the bounce probably. 2 slips, and Cummins cuts one out, and it is stopped out in the deep at deep fine leg. And the Australians have run a couple. So Captain Pat Cummins on 3 of 6 now. Rohit and Kohli, the slip fielders here in this situation. Rohit is at first slip, Virat All right, can anyone hear me? Please, if you are listening on YouTube, let me know if you can hear me again. There's been a bit of a problem with connection to YouTube during the last few days. I don't know what's going on there. Currently, my streaming software is telling me that we are live. I have also got the YouTube chat up in my live streaming suite. Let's hope that we can that it is fixed for now. Yeah, let's have a look. What happened right now? Travis Head has to go after hitting a 6 of Mohamed Siraj during his 22nd over. Australia now 310 for 7 as Travis Head goes for 140 of 141. The lead is 130 runs. Let's see the replay. What happened there to Travis Head, Australian hero of the innings, probably. He is bathing in the he is basking in the adoration of the crowd. Come on, let's see a replay, because I was focused on the YouTube stuff. Mohamed Siraj has now taken 2 for 79. He has been successfully reconnected. There was probably looks like the internet was down for a little bit. So Travis Head has been dismissed by Mohamed Siraj with a filthy full toss. The lead is 140, and Mitchell Starc is in, who is off the mark with a 4 first ball, and the final delivery of Mohamed Siraj's 22nd over is clipped off the legs by Starc for a single. Australia 315 for 7 after 82 overs. Travis Head was the last wicket to fall for 140. Let's have a look if everything is going all right. Yeah, apparently we are back on. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, again, you can get in touch with the stream using the YouTube chat, or you can use Blue Sky, as we are seeing replays of Travis Head's wicket, and he can't believe what he has done. He's given a bit of a send-off from Mohamed Siraj after giving him some lip. Yeah, Siraj is really fired up. Does the whole thing he does with his eyes wide open, and Bumrah continues now. He has Mitchell Starc in his sights. First delivery is a dot ball, though Starc is on 5 of 3. The Australians are 315 for 7. The lead is 135 now, which, yeah, is a relatively comfortable lead for this match. 3 slips for Bumrah, who bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Starc. There is an appeal for LBW. It's not given, and the Australians are stealing a single of the confusion of the Indians. So Starc on 6 of 4, Cummins 8 of 16 now. Bumrah 3 for 54. And again, we are seeing replays as Travis Head tries to play across that full toss from Mohamed Siraj as it takes out the base of his middle stump. 3 slips and a gully now for Bumrah to Cummins. And there is again an appeal for LBW as Bumrah bowls right arm over the wicket, and it is not given on the field. Bumrah can't believe it. He is talking to Pant, Kohli and Sharma about reviewing that one. They are not really, they don't look like they are convinced that this is worth a shout. No, it is not. The DRS timer has ticked down. and no review has been taken. So as we are seeing replays, it hits him, but it hits him relatively high up, a bit above the knee roll. It is also angled across him and would have probably missed leg stump, both on line and height. And there is also a spike as the ball passes the bat, so probably a good shout from Kohli, Pant and Sharma and Rohit not to review that one. In comes Bumrah again. This one is squeezed out towards point by Cummins. It is fielded there and there is no run. Australia lead by 136 runs now, as Sarfraz Khan is bringing some fluids to Mohammad Siraj at the edge of the playing area. As we are now seeing some pictures of Mohammad Siraj in conversation with the umpires, and it looks like the umpires are telling Mohammad Siraj to cool it after he sent off Travis Head relatively aggressively. He is a very fiery character, Mohammad Siraj. Anyway, 3 consecutive dot balls by Jasprit Bumrah to Patrick Cummins, and now comes the final delivery of his 21st over. Australia 316 for 7. The Australian dressing room is looking relatively satisfied, and there is an appeal for caught behind of an inside edge by Patrick Cummins. It is not given on the field, and the Indians seem confused as to why it has not been given. Kohli now talking to Pant and Sharma, and Rohit has reviewed that one. Looks like Patrick Cummins is convinced that Bumrah might have snuck one through the gate, but he seems to think that he did not get an inside edge to that one. Let's see what the third umpire will bring back to us. He sneaks one through, and I'm not sure that it hits anything. I think it misses both bat and pad, and it then goes on to miss the stumps and is taken behind it by Rishabh Pant, who is diving to his left and taking the catch. And where is the sound coming from? As Snicko is playing, and I think that's Pat. If it is Pat, it is obviously missing the leg stump. The original decision is not out. It is impact in line. It is missing. Yep, there is the review lost for India. There is no bat on that one. There is a bit of pad on it, but it would have missed leg stump. So Cummins survives. And India have lost their second review. Second review lost for India. They lost one with an almost equally speculative LBW shout. Then they retained one where the umpire was not sure if it should have been if it hit bat or pad first, which was very, very confusing because the Indians actually retained that review, even though the batsman was not given out. That was really, really, really weird. But anyway. Stark skies one, but there is no fielder out there, and he finds the boundary of the first ball of Mohammad Siraj's 23rd over. And Guy Hornsby in our Discord channel is saying, hell of a day so far. Yes, it is. It has been a hell of a day so far. Highlights include Travis Head's 140. A low light for Australia, probably the dismissal of Steve Smith, who glanced one down the leg side right into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. And as history of everything, who joined us for the first session, said, he is afraid that he is at the end of his tether. Smith, that is, because he is losing his hand-eye coordination. And I said, yeah, maybe the problem with Stephen Smith's technique is that it is very, very reliant on hand-eye coordination. There are so many moving parts in that technique. His trigger movements have trigger movements. As Mitchell Starc plays one very straight down the ground, finds the boundary. 324 for 8 now, Australia, in reply to India's 180 all out. 2 more deliveries in Mohammad Siraj's 23rd over. He has 2 wickets thus far. And he is showing signs of tiredness. This one is another full toss. Reminder that he got Travis Head, the set batsman, with a very low full toss that had missed, and it took out the base of his middle stump, and Starc lofts one again. This is a real golf shot, and this one dies about 30 centimeters in from the boundary. It is fielded by Shubman Gill, but the Australians should take a couple there. Yes, they have done. 16 of 9 now, Mitchell Starc. He's not going to be the top scorer in the first Australian innings like he was in Perth. But that is because the Australian top order did not collapse as they did in both innings in Perth. So Australia quite on top here as Starc clips one into the leg side. There is, I think, a single in that one. Yes, there is a single. So Mitchell Starc retains the strike. He's on 17 of 10. Australia 327 for 7. Let me see if anyone is with us on YouTube. Doesn't look like it. Is anyone with us on Blue Sky? Not yet again. I hope Hattie is watching still on YouTube. Yeah, anyway, I think this will be the final over before... What do they actually call this? I think they called it tea during the... Yeah, they're calling the intervals dinner and tea. Didn't they used to call it supper? Supper and dinner. I may misremember that one, but I'm pretty certain that at one point during day-night tests it was supper and dinner. Anyways, Jasprit Bumrah to continue bowling to Mitchell Starc. He begins with a dot ball, 17 for Mitchell Starc still, as Bumrah comes in right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Starc. In he comes again, 2 slips for him, another full toss. Starc misses it as Bumrah sneaks a full toss through the gate of Mitchell Starc. And it misses the stumps by maybe half a ball diameter. Rishabh Pant can only grin dryly to that one. There is no run anyway. Starc remains on 17 of 12. In comes Bumrah again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is squeezed out into the offside by Mitchell Starc, and there is again no run as he denies Patrick Cummins' request for a run, which is his right, because he would have run towards the danger end there in that case. As Bumrah is back to his mark, Virat Kohli is biting his nails. In comes Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket, onto the stumps, clipped into the leg side by Starc, and this time they take the single. Cummins now on strike thus. Let's see. Fifth delivery of Bumrah's 22nd over. Yes, Patrick Cummins now on strike. In he comes, right arm around the wicket, and there is an inside edge that fortuitously for Pat Cummins misses his stumps, runs down to the boundary at very fine leg for 4 runs, and Australia 332 for 7 as Cummins dances down the pitch, gets an inside edge to it that misses his leg stump by not that much, but the Australians won't care. A boundary is a boundary. They lead by 152 runs. In comes Bumrah, final delivery of that over, and this one is missed by Cummins, and Bumrah has a wicket as the off stump is basically the top of off is hit. The bails have come off, the stumps have lit up, and Patrick Cummins moves back, and I think with that wicket that should be T. They are checking if they're disconnected again. Disconnected again. I'm sorry. So that is T. Australia 332 for 8. Highlight of the session for the Australians was obviously the 140 by Travis Head. Let's go over some highlights from the Indian perspective. Jasprit Bumrah has 4 wickets now. 2 more to go. He can make a 5-er here still. Bumrah with 3, Mohammad Siraj with 3, Harshit Rana with 1. That's the wrong scorecard. Bumrah with 4, Mohammad Siraj with 2, Nitish Kumar Reddy and Ravichandran Ashwin with 1 each. Harshit Rana the only Indian to miss out. Australia go to T at 332 for 8, and that is T. The lead is 152 runs, and I will be with you after T, and that time with Jess as well. So, see you in a bit.
Hello, and welcome to the Cricket Secrets podcast, the show where I get my cricket nerd friends to share the weird and wonderful ways that they obsess over cricket. Today's guest, Leia, was high on top of my list of people to interview when I came up with this podcast because she has an incredible origin story. She taught herself the game to the point where she's now hugely knowledgeable, and now she makes great cricket media in her own right, and that's all in her native German. I would just like to mention that we talk about some of the challenges that Leia faced during the period where she was coming out as trans, and that does get into some fairly heavy territory. But it was really moving, including the parts where some of what helped her through that period were nerdy cricket podcasts and the cricket fan community at large. Um, all in all, Leia's story is such a fascinating one, so here is my chat with her. So today's guest is someone who I've been wanting to get on for a while because she's got one of the best cricket origin stories that I've heard. But unfortunately, I've only heard it in bits and pieces. So to come on to tell the whole story and among other things is from the YouTube channel Beschweitz's Kurzes Bein. It's Leia. Welcome to the show, Leia.
Hello. Thank you for having me. And I have to compliment you on your pronunciation of Bescheuertes kurzes Bein. That was pretty good. And I'm not joking. Really pretty good.
Thank you. I figured since I have come on to your channel to pitch in for some of your commentary of live cricket matches, I felt like I needed um to say I needed to be able to say the name of the channel properly. So anyway, I mentioned your cricketing origin story. I've heard bits and pieces of it while we've been on the air commentating
Mm.
other cricket games before, but so what I remember is something about pictures of weird English people on a cereal box, and this being notable because you are from Germany. You've always lived in Germany. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, until very recently, you'd never been to any traditionally established cricket nations. Uh,
Ah,
could you fill me in on the details of your cricketing origin story?
yeah, sure. Sure. I Well, it was not a cereal box. It was a box. No, it was a bag of rusk. Um, Tea time rusk to be specific. In Germany, I
Sorry, what is
think it
rusk?
was a Zwieback. We call it in Germany. Double baked bread, basically.
Okay,
Um, isn't that called rusk in English? I think it's called rusk.
is it kind of like
Are
Weet-Bix
you
or something? Let me just look it up while we're at it.
No, it's not Weetabix. It's basically toast that
Okay,
has been baked twice. Very very hard, very very crunchy.
okay.
Um,
Now that I'm looking at it, it kind of rings a bell. I'm not sure if I've had it.
yeah, okay. Well, it's it's that it's a kind of rusk. And it was called tea time rusk, which means it was sprinkled with anise and sugar to dip into your tea. And on the packaging, there was well, a British or English a manor, and it was an autumn scene or maybe Indian summer, end of the summer. And in front of this British manor, there were people in white playing cricket. To me at the time, doing something that looked very, very interesting. I didn't know it at the time what it was exactly, because I think it must have been the early 90s when that happened. The internet was not yet a thing,
Mm.
so I didn't really know. Um,
So for those who don't know, in the early 90s, was it were you a very young child? Were you a teenager?
I was born in well.
You can be
Let's
approximate
make
about
this
these
make
things.
this let's make this fun for the listener. I'm exactly 20 days older than Jimmy Anderson.
Okay.
So yeah, I was born in 1982. So I was about 10,
Okay.
10, 11, maybe. And I didn't really know what they were doing. Then, of course, I'm a nerd. I have to admit it. And in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, in the third one, Life, Universe, and Everything, I think it's called. There are, of course, the cricket robots. And
Okay.
there is a mention of the Ashes and stuff like that. That Chesterfield sofa teleporting into Lords during an Ashes match, um, and the main characters of the Hitchhiker's Guide having to steal or trying to steal the urn because it is of cosmic importance, stuff like that. So yeah, that was really really out there for a German in the 90s to read that. And when I then got the internet in the late 90s, I started to look up what is this cricket thing. And yeah, I was basically I was interested. I was not yet hooked. Because back in those days, there was no live streaming. You couldn't really stream video and stuff like that. So I kind of forgot about it again, until I entered university. And suddenly, back in those days, that was a really big thing because I suddenly had access to all the English newspapers in the library of the university. And there was cricket on the back pages. And this is in around 2003. I got into university, and then 2 years later, the 2005 Ashes happened, and the British newspapers went ballistic over the 2005 Ashes.
Of course.
Yes, and that's what really really got me hooked. Reading about the Ashes 2005 in all details, day by day, in British daily newspapers in the university library. That really got me into it. A few years later, the IPL started, and we are now talking about a time frame in which streaming video is actually viable for big corporations and stuff like that. And during the early days of the IPL, and I know that people will not believe me if I tell them, but it's actually true. During the early days of the IPL, they
It was on YouTube.
streamed it live. Oh, yes, exactly.
Yes, I remember
They
that.
streamed it live on YouTube, and so suddenly I'm here in Germany, and suddenly I have a possible way into this whole cricket thing, into watching live cricket on YouTube, and all the stars are there. There's Tendulkar, there's Ponting, there's Andrew Simons, for my team, the Mumbai Indians at the time. So that really got me hooked. And after that, it was basically over. Yeah, and well, I watched cricket for a few years, and somehow I got into guerrilla cricket after that.
Of course.
And first, I was just one of the Twitterati for guerrilla cricket. And then the pandemic hit.
Of course.
So suddenly, they start to do the commentary via Zoom, or remote, and they do stuff like dice cricket and everything.
Right.
Commentating games of dice cricket as if it were a real match and stuff like that. And
sorry. Can I just ask kind of about the mechanics of that? So was, I don't know, Tony or someone rolling dice, and then one or two others commentating the action related to the roles. Could you
Well,
embellish on that a little bit?
okay. Let's get into the whole dice cricket thing. It was the bear was in the studio. Everyone
This
else
is
was
Nigel Henderson, aka the Bear.
no Walker,
Oh,
Nigel
Walker.
Walker.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yep.
Nigel Walker. Yeah, Hendo is Nigel Henderson, the other one.
Yes.
And he is in the studio. He has a camera on his face, and he has another camera focused on a very very tatty looking um um oh what's it
Like
called
tablecloth?
no, a dinner plate.
Okay, sure.
Very yeah, a plate. um and he has these cricket dice, two dice. One gives the runs and the other determines if you're out or
Mhm.
not out.
Yep.
Yeah, everyone else who participated in this, what was it called? The Digweller Broad Trophy.
Of course.
Um, Everyone who participated in that had made up an 11 based on a theme. There's a they had a theme of what's it what was it called? I don't know. It was basically made up of cricketers who advertised for hair treatments.
Right.
So there's
Yep.
Graham Gooch and
Shane
something like
Warne.
that. Shane Warne, yeah. They had another 11 made up of dodgy blokes, basically people accused or convicted of match fixing or stuff like that. So
Yes.
Hansi Cronje is in that, and there was actually discussion about this. Can Shane Warne is Shane Warne in the hairline 11 or is Shane Warne in the match fixing 11? Who gets to claim him?
Yep.
That was that, and
Yep.
everyone commentated what they saw on the screen of the bear rolling the dice, and they made a whole tournament out of it. But the important part is that
Mhm.
I got to see, okay, this actually works. I can do this as well. I can get into this. I do not have to be physically present
Mhm.
in London to do this. And yeah, so then I asked them if I could come on Gorilla Cricket. I did that.
Do you remember
I
your first game or your first series?
Oh, actually, I think the first time I was on the now defunct Gorilla South Africa. I think.
Okay.
I think it was on Gorilla South Africa, and I commentated there with Ravi Nair,
Mhm.
who
Rest in
recently,
peace.
yes, who recently died. Good friend. Never met him in person, but very very important to
Yeah.
me.
Such is the way of
And
these online communities.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I then also participated in a hangout on, I think it was on Christmas, with Gorilla Cricket, where I actually won um, a hand signed copy of Anindo Dutta's book Wizards.
Right.
I think this is actually the first time, or was the first time, I think, that I was actually in a Zoom meeting with all the Gorilla Cricket people.
Okay.
Yeah. It was Knuckle, Tony the Bear. Um, it was, I think, Brian Barish, the
Mhm. Oh,
American
yep.
gorilla.
And
Yeah. Yeah, and from there, I got involved more and more. And I wrote articles about German cricket workshops in Hanover,
Mhm.
for the website and stuff like that. Yeah, and then I thought, okay, this is all well and good, but there's nothing like that in German.
Right.
Wouldn't it be great if there was something like Gorilla Cricket, but for
Mhm.
Germany? And
And more importantly, German speakers.
yes, exactly, for German speakers and for a German audience. And I thought, okay, you can complain all you want about that not being a thing, or you can just sit down and do it yourself.
And make it
So
a
I think
thing.
yes, exactly. And yeah, this is basically my origin story. Now I'm here.
I guess just to take a few steps back from that,
Mm-hmm.
like my experience commentating with you is that you're quite knowledgeable about like the history of the game and also
Mm.
the techniques of the players. How did that kind of knowledge base get built from the time when you were following the 2005 Ashes through newspaper clippings to when you were heavily involved in the guerrilla community?
Well, I think I'm a rather obsessive kind of person.
Hmm.
Um, I want to know uh things, and I think cricket is quite unique among sports in that um, you really need to immerse yourself in literature and in theories and stuff like that to really appreciate that. I remember um, back in those days, I was really rather well intimidated actually. Can I actually watch a test match?
Hmm.
Can I really understand what's going on? It's quite different. It felt for me quite different than a T20 match that just takes 3 hours or something like that. And then I got into it, and I think I read a lot of stuff about cricket before really diving into it.
So you
So
kind of
just
treated
so I could,
cricket as a bit like a university assignment or like a topic of
yeah,
research.
yeah, yep. Basically, because I was. All right, and we are back for the post tea session. Mohamed Siraj is to continue, and I will just take a look in my Discord server if Jess is there. She said she would be. Ah, yes, there she is. Okay.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Just a second.
Of course.
So,
Is my mic all good and set
yeah,
up
mic is
properly?
all mic is all good. Do you want to come on with video, or is it okay if you are just a disembodied voice for this session?
I'm happy to be disembodied voice.
Okay.
It's been very hot here, so I am a
Oh.
big sweaty mess, I'll be honest.
Yeah. And first ball after tea. Mitchell Stark has to
Yes.
go for 18 of 15. Mohamed Siraj, the culprit in his dismissal here. That means he moves on to 3 wickets. I think he took 2 earlier. One of them with
Yes,
a full,
Siraj is on 3 wickets now.
yeah, one of them a filthy full toss.
It might not be long between us getting on here and us having to go back to an innings break.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland are probably everyone's idea of a tail ender. But I think
Yeah.
this is Australia's match to lose now.
Yeah, I think India is very much still has their chances. They've got a good batting lineup. They can quite potentially put on a good second innings, but I wouldn't. It looks like it's not going to be much of a question anyway, but I wouldn't have been opposed to a declaration during the tee to really get a few innings in before it gets to twilight. But
oh yes,
it's not much for muchness.
Yeah, but I think yesterday we saw that the pink ball is doing a lot under the lights.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it'll be. This is I think the key session to I think this session wins the test.
Probably.
I'll put it that way.
Probably.
Because I think if India's top order can score some runs tonight, leave themselves some opportunities in the morning, they're in with a shot. If Australia's pace bowlers can get a couple of wickets, get India on the back foot a bit coming into this tomorrow morning, I think they're in.
Yeah, but
they're in the driving spot for the rest of this test.
Yeah, but I think the Indians would really need another one of those miraculous second innings as they did in Perth, because
yeah, probably.
Yeah, and again they need the special operations curators from the BCCI that can actually change the pitch during an innings break. In clear view of everyone without being noticed.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I don't know if you could hear these slight meows that might be coming in the background.
No, but everyone.
My housemate's cat just jumped up on me and said hi.
Well, hi cat. What's the cat's name? Is it a interesting name like?
Kuzzy. His name is Kuzzy. His name is Kuzzy. He is named after, I believe, a submarine.
Okay. Yeah, I thought there was an interesting name like Batman in it. The dog of Cat and Dan. Yeah. So everyone.
No, it is Kuzzy. He is. Yes, I'm not sure where he is now, but he came to say hi.
Okay. Hi, Kuzzy.
He is. Yeah.
Well, not much going on here,
Sorry
right?
for that distraction.
Yeah, no. All, it's all good. Not much going on here, as Lyon and Boland are out in the middle. The 10th wicket partnership for Australia is out there, and they have played out Boland has played out 3 dot balls by Mohammad Siraj. Australia are 332 for 9 after 85.5 overs, 152 runs the lead, which is, one would think, significant in a match where India made 180 all out in the first innings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah,
I can't see the giant innings from Perth being a repeat here. The conditions are, I think, a bit too friendly for Australia, given how things have timed up.
Yeah, but I really think that the Indians missed a bit of a trick during the last session yesterday. There was a lot of swing in there, and they managed only 1 wicket. Only Usman Khawaja fell during the 3rd session of the first day.
Yeah, that's for all the issues that Australia has had with opening in that first test. I think the top order, specifically McSweeney, played a really key role.
Yeah.
Yes, in setting up. Even he only got, I think, 30 something, was it?
38, I think.
I do not have the scores in front of me.
I think it was 38 for Nathan McSweeney. His highest scores in test.
That played a key. Yeah. Yeah, it's high score in a test.
Yeah.
Nothing to, at least score-wise, that's going to be remembered in history, but really solid in it. Yeah, 39.
Yeah.
But absolutely set up those guys like Labuschagne and Head to come in at and face the ball at a much more batter-friendly time of day.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, Labuschagne, after a disappointing performance in the first test, he made a 64. Very good. Travis Head, obviously the Centurion.
I think this test for me, I think Australia have answered, I think, a lot of the criticisms that were levelled at them after the last test in this test, which I think has been good. Like, a lot of people are questioning Nathan McSweeney. Is he the right choice? He had a lot more of a start. I hope for his sake that he can get a 50 or a big score in the near future to really cement that place. But he didn't look like test opener material in Perth. He's did a lot this test to quiet those fears, and a lot of people. I saw a lot of discussions in Australian media about dropping Labuschagne. 64, I think, will quieten those down a bit.
But
once again, I think he is someone who I would like to see him get a century this series. I think that's something he needs, but
probably
scoring. It's good to see him actually scoring some runs.
Yeah, but I think one of the players in the crosshairs of the public opinion will probably be Steve Smith, who failed again in the first innings. In this innings, as Bumrah is tormenting Nathan Lyon here, but now Lyon is off the mark after Bumrah bowled another no ball during the first delivery. He has had a bit of a problem with no balls in this series so far.
Yes, this test has been full of them. There's been quite a few.
There were quite a few during the first test in Perth, most of them by Bumrah.
Yes, and Scott Boland definitely joined from the Australians, I think, a few times this. How many have there been?
Let's have a look.
So 7 in this test, 7 no balls in India's batting innings, and there's been 7 in Australia's. In the first test, let me get that up.
No balls, no, there is 5.
Well, we have a break.
5 from Bumrah, 1 from Siraj, 2 from Harshit Rana, and 1 from Nitish Kumar Reddy. So 11 no balls in. No, that's the first test. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong scorecard.
Yes, I'm looking at the first.
Yeah.
I
7
think
no
we
balls.
both got the key information there, even if. Yes.
Yeah, and Bumrah has actually also bowled 5 no balls again in this innings. He bowled 5 in the second innings of the first test, and he bowled 5 now.
Interesting.
Yeah, we had history of everything on for the opening half hour, and he was thinking about whenever the Australian batsman put Bumrah under pressure, he tends to bowl no balls. Which might actually be true, but I don't think it explains why he was bowling 5 no balls during the second innings of Australia in the first test, because he wasn't really under pressure there, because the Australians were never going to chase down 500 and something.
Yeah, India were really only under pressure for the first handful of overs of Australia's first batting innings. Was really the only time Indian bowlers had any pressure in that first test. Once Australia were a couple of wickets down, it was India's test to lose. But here I would take arguments that he's under pressure a lot more, because
I mean, the lead is 100
almost doubled India's score here.
Yeah, 154 the lead. The India that's 26 runs less than double what India made in the first innings. They made 180. That means 360 would be double the Indian score. There is a subfielder on right now. I don't know for whom, as Mohammad Siraj bowls to Nathan Lyon, angles one across him down the leg side. Lyon tries to play a leg glance at it and misses it.
Thinking of subfielders, I on the TV commentary the other day, I think it was yesterday, David Warner was talking about. Apparently, South Africa, at least one occasion, noticed he had gone off for a subfielder, so declared on the spot, so he had to wait a few overs and couldn't come in.
Exactly. That was Faf du Plessis who spotted that Warner had been off the field for an extended period of time, so he declared that Warner couldn't open, and that meant that Usman Khawaja had to open in place of David Warner, and Usman Khawaja promptly made a century opening the batting for Australia, so nice thinking, Faf, but it didn't work out all that well.
Yes. May work a bit more with the current team, given that we don't really have a backup opener in the same way.
Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Well, you could drop down Smith back to opener.
Yeah. But he never really had much. He didn't have a ton of success as opener, and wasn't necessarily facing the toughest opposition as opener either.
No. And that brings to an end the Australian innings as Mohammad Siraj has Scott Boland cleaned up. He sneaks one past his outside edge, takes the top off, and that is that. Australia are all out for 337. The lead is 157 runs. So India up with their backs against the wall, and they will now have to face the remainder of the third session. Probably also under the lights, and the pink ball is doing a lot under the lights, and Mitchell Starc will have that pink ball in hand, and he has been a handful in the first innings with the pink ball. He made a fifer, taking 6 wickets. Yeah, and that means that Bumrah misses out on a fifer, as does Mohammad Siraj, both of them taking 4. Let's look at the highlights of the innings. The highlight of the innings is obviously Travis Head, who made 140 from 141, so almost at a runner ball. 99.29 his strike rate.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Marnus Labuschagne is the second highest score for Australia. He made 64. Nathan McSweeney made 39, also a notable. He is the third highest score. So, highlights of the Indian bowling are Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj. The only one to miss out on any wickets is Harshit Rana, and Nitish Kumar Reddy and Ravichandran Ashwin each taking a single wicket. Yeah.
The broadcast here just put up the stat that this first innings was 6 series here.
Oh yes, he absolutely does. And I think we should take a couple of minutes off, and we'll be back with you after the innings break, and I will tweet out again that we are currently live, and skeet the link out on Blue Sky, and we will be with you shortly. Thank you very much for listening, and we will see you very soon.
Yes, see you soon.
And we are back with India's second innings. The openers.
Yes, India need. Oh yes, you go.
Yeah. Okay. The Indian openers are KL Rahul and Yashasvi Jaiswal. And I think I saw Mitchell Starc having the ball in hand. Jaiswal, who made a duck in the first innings, will receive the first delivery. He is marking his guard.
As India need 157 to get 152 to get a lead and make Australia bat again.
Exactly. I think the batting conditions are improving overall, but let's not forget that this is an evening or a third session in a pink ball test, and Mitchell Starc has about 2 hours to torment the Indian batsman with the pink ball. He took 6 wickets in the first innings. If he can make some breakthroughs, it's probably game over for India here.
Yeah, I think ideal situation. I don't think Australia are going to bowl them out for under 152. I think the conditions are starting to get a bit too good for that. But if you can pick up some wickets tonight, finish them off partway through the second session tomorrow, it gives Australia a good chance to get a foundation to get the winning runs before it gets too late and the ball starts moving too much. I think is the ideal situation for Australia.
Yes. Mitchell Starc is starting left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal. The first one is down the leg side, and Jaiswal tentatively glances at it, but there is no run. Second delivery is left arm over the wicket, and it is clipped, but straight to square leg, and there is again no run. Jaiswal facing left arm pace in tests 6 for 72. And I think Jaiswal is a very interesting player because he really struggles against the length, against the full ball. He is very good against length, and he is very good against short bowling. But the fuller ones seem to be what troubles him. As Starc continues left arm over the wicket and again angled down the leg side, and there is no run as Alex Carey takes it behind the stumps.
Yes, I think Australia, that first, they had a lot of success in the first innings against Jaiswal, obviously getting him out for a duck, and we'll be hoping to replicate that. And as one of the major performers for India in their Perth innings.
Yes.
The big Perth innings.
161. After also making a duck in the first innings in Perth. As he finds the boundary for the first time of the fourth delivery, and it is a 4 played behind point on the offside. There are 3 slips. There is a gully, but Jaiswal dissects all of them. There is also a backward point, and he plays it between gully and backward point for 4 runs. India are off the mark 4 without loss right now, and Jaiswal is off his pair.
Yes.
5th delivery from Starc, and this one is a bit shorter. It is on an off-stump line, and Jaiswal leaves that one alone, but only barely. He is looking to play and withdraws the bat in the last split second. Goes through to carry no run. Final delivery coming up now for Mitchell Starc's first over. India trail by 153 runs final delivery coming up.
So
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can get the split that there we go. That's what I wanted. So Jaisval, I want Test.
Okay.
Yes. The
final delivery of
Yeah,
Starks over. There is an appeal for LBW by almost everyone in the slip cordon and the keeper, but it is not given, and it will stand as a dot ball, as no one is convinced enough to burn a review on that one. And India end the first over on 4 for none, 4 runs coming off it.
Yes. Jaiswal's best innings is, as far as average goes, is that third innings of a match where he averages 80.
Oh, okay.
Having scored 214 not out again.
Yeah.
That
That is his highest score in tests so far. 214 not out.
England.
Yeah.
Against England. Though he averages slightly higher when they bat first at 60.14 batting first and 51.85 bowling first. So there is some interesting.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting. As Pat Cummins is partnering Mitchell Stark, he is bowling to Rahul, who clips one off his legs and is off the mark right away. Are there overthrows? No, because there is backup out in the deep, and I think the Indians only take a single, as Scott Boland is way off the mark with his throw, a good 2 meters away from the stumps, from mid-wicket.
It is a nice oval down there in Adelaide, I'll say.
Yeah.
This is a stadium I have been to. Not for cricket. I went there for the football.
AFL. Yeah.
The soccer football.
Oh, okay.
The women's national team were taking on the People's Republic of China in one of their last matches before this most recent Olympics.
Oh, okay. They're playing association football in that stadium as well. Interesting.
It's the problem Australia has is there are basically 2 stadiums of any decent size for rectangular sport in Australia.
Okay. Which are those?
Because Stadium Australia / Accor Stadium in Sydney and Suncorp Stadium up in Brisbane, being the 2 states that have a large rugby league.
Ah, yes, history. Obviously. Okay, yeah. Okay, I can understand that.
Yes, where given that association football hasn't really had the need for these huge stadiums until the women's national team has now sold out, I think, 16 consecutive games at various stadiums, including some of the largest stadiums, including the Accor Stadium, which is 80-something thousand.
That's pretty good.
So
that is pretty good. It is bigger than most football stadiums in Germany, and in Germany, football is actually king. There is a song about it. Fußball ist unser Leben, ja König Fußball regiert die Welt. Football is our life, and King Football rules the world. In translation, yes.
I think we talked about it a bit on the first test, but this is basically just a lot of this has happened from just the effect of hosting the Women's World Cup last year.
Yeah, and one would expect that to grow the sport in Australia.
It was huge because it went from getting in 2021 or 2022. I went to, I think it was a 20-something thousand attendance. Then World Cup matches, all the Matildas World Cup matches sold out. Then since then, it's been difficult to get tickets at times because they will sell pretty much any stadium out.
As Cummins completes his over, only a single of it off the first ball by Rahul. Jaiswal plays out 5 dot balls, and India move on to 5 for no loss after 2 overs. Cummins figures of none for 1 after 1. So Rahul is back on strike. He will face Stark this time. First time for KL Rahul in the innings that he faces Mitchell Stark, and let's see if anyone is with us.
But yes, also as I'm
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry.
No, go
I was
ahead.
saying, but as you can imagine, the challenge of this is that you are a fairly reasonable distance from, by the front row is a fairly reasonable distance from the pitch when you are playing association football
Yeah.
or rugby league or another rectangular sport. So it's not. They're not.
So they had 100.
Yes.
100. So they had 100.
Yes.
160,000 people basically watching a football game that is played in the middle of a racetrack on a giant jumbotron that is one of the greatest or one of the biggest in the world, suspended over the infield of the racetrack, which is really, really bizarre. As KL Rahul is off the mark with the boundary first delivery he faces from Mitchell Stark. So Rahul on 5 of 2 now. India 9 for no loss. There are 3 slips, there is a gully, and there is a square leg in play for KL Rahul. But he still steals a single of the second delivery. India 10 without loss, and everyone is jogging around as, of course, India have an left-right opening combination.
Yes. But yeah, I remember also one of the American colleges, and I would need to look up which one it is, but one of them broke the record for attendance at women's sports by playing a volleyball game in their football stadium. So being an American college has these huge tens of thousands of people football stadiums, and plus a ton of seating around on the field. So they got this huge attendance, and I will look up.
I think it's Michigan.
The exact numbers, but
I think it is Michigan. I think that's the biggest stadium.
Biggest stadium. I don't think it was them that that did this though.
Yeah, the Americans are weird. The Americans are weird with that kind of stuff because there are there are quite a few states where the top paid public employee is the football coach of the university.
Yeah, that is. And the fact, I have a small rant on this, but the fact that up until very recently there was literally no money going into the hands of athletes is ridiculous. And the system now is still questionable, but this is a cricket commentary, not me ranting about the American college sports system. I will.
Yeah, no, and
I do have a good rant on that though.
Yeah, and we do have a very, very fine drive from Yashasvi Jaiswal, which is stopped in the outfield though, and there is only a single in it for the Indians, as we are seeing that Mitchell Stark averages 12 less with the pink ball than he did with the red ball over his career. So very, very good numbers for him in pink ball tests. And
yes, but just I've done a bit of Googling, and the answer is it was Nebraska who broke the record with 92,003 fans in their football stadium, which is the highest ever attendance for a women's sport, which they broke from, I think it was earlier last year, the Barcelona women's team set it at 91,000 in their one of their Champions League matches.
Oh, okay. As Mitchell Stark is continuing his second over, final delivery, and he comes in left arm over the wicket to the right-handed KL Rahul, who plays that out to mid-off, where it is fielded by Travis Head, and the Indians take another single. 12 for no loss India now after 3 overs, run rate 4. Jaiswal is on 5, KL Rahul is on 7. Reminder everyone that you can follow. You can get in contact with the stream, of course, using the YouTube chat, or you can use the Blue Sky handles that are on the screen now. The top ones are Jess is number 2. I'm the top one, and you should also follow History of Everything. That's the third one on the screen. He was on for the first half hour or 3/4 of an hour earlier this morning, talking about what he does for Ukraine fundraising, stuff like that. Poor guy got COVID as well, so he is recovering from that again. As Kale Rahul,
COVID is not fun.
No, it's not. I don't think it is fun. I don't think I've had it yet, though.
I've had it once, and it's interesting because obviously everyone has different symptoms. And when I had it, it was like one night that was absolute hell, and then it was just felt like a bad flu for the next few nights.
Oh, okay. As Patrick Cummins continues, and he has Kale Rahul play one into his own pads and defend one. So 2 dot balls to begin Australia's 4th over, or to begin the 4th over. Patrick Cummins second. There are 3 slips. There is a gully. There's a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and as is customary during this series, a very, very deep fine leg. As Cummins comes in again, right arm over the wicket to KL Rahul, who leaves one outside the off stump alone, and this is a very, very speculative leave. I don't think that he really has his eye in yet.
Also, something that I don't think we picked up on, but I'm just seeing on Blue Sky now, is that with those 4 runs, Nathan Lyon has become the all-time leading run scorer at number 10.
Oh, yes.
He with 826 runs, has passed Stuart Broad's 825 runs.
Yeah. Where is oh no, he's number 11, Jimmy Anderson.
He's number 11 for them.
He is. Fun fact: Jimmy Anderson is among the longest duckless streaks ever in a Test cricket. As I think Manos Labuschagne has dropped one. He dropped KL Rahul. As Cummins plays one shorter, KL Rahul is enticed to try to hook it, gets an edge, and it is taken behind. KL Rahul has to go. That's the breakthrough that Australia wanted. KL Rahul has to go for 7. India, 12 for 1. Oh dear. This might get ugly for India here.
This is exactly what Australia wanted on an early wicket. Give them.
Yeah. That means who was it at number 3? As we see that KL Rahul has to go, caught carry, bowled Cummins for 7.
Shubman Gill will be our number 3.
Yeah, probably the smart decision. Even though one might argue that since Rohit Sharma is not opening in this test, he could actually play at number 3 because his test average really improved once he started opening. Before that, he was generally a number 5.
Yes, and given that you're 4 overs into a 3 or 3 and a bit overs into a match or an innings, you've got a pretty good. You're basically opening anyway. The balls hasn't had much opportunity to die down yet.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And yeah, but I don't know if Gill is any good in the middle order. I don't think he ever played below number 3 or 4. In comes Cummins, and he is clipped off his pads, and this one finds the boundary in the leg side. So Gill is off the mark with a 4 first up. India move on to 16 for 1 after 4 overs. The run rate is 4, and the batsmen are conversing out in the middle. Let's have a look if anyone is.
Hopefully you also see. Hopefully we can get a bit more reliable power supply to Adelaide Oval tonight as well.
Yeah, exactly. 2 times last evening the floodlights fainted, went out. And it meant they had to tack on 3 minutes onto the close of play.
I did see the relevant state government, I think it was Energy Minister, say that they are not aware of any issues with supply to Adelaide Oval.
Okay.
And that, but being government minister, who knows the exact, not to be too cynical, but also that obviously becomes trying to make sure that everything looks good. But we will probably never know exactly why those power outages occurred.
Yeah. As Mitchell Starc continues.
They believe it was.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc continues, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Shubman Gill, and there is a lot of movement for Mitchell Starc to be found here. He has movement through the air, swinging away from the batsman, and then there is also a very pronounced seam movement, and it swings late after passing the batsman. And again, second delivery as well. Gill leaves, Jaiswal leaves both of them alone, but Starc is looking very, very dangerous here. There is a lot of swing and seam movement for him.
Yes.
And there is again the AI assisted matrix shot stuff, this time of the dismissal of KL Rahul, and it looks uncanny valley. It's a slow motion replay, then it stops, and then it turns into this almost good enough kind of AI generated image, and it then spins around in 3D around the batsman normally. Stops.
Yes, it is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. But I'm happy that they haven't done it as much during this test as they did during the first one. In Adelaide, in Perth, they were doing it all the time. Every shot was one of those matrix shots.
Yes, I think that partially I'm guessing that's just a bit of a good old new toy, wanting to use the new toy a bit.
Yeah, probably.
I think it's one of those things that I can see why they tried. I'm not sure if it's going to completely revolutionize the sports broadcasting. I could maybe see it being very useful in a few years, depending on how technology improves.
I mean,
because if it can clean itself up,
yeah,
it'll be a great shots. But
yes,
the problem is the AI technology is not quite there yet, and that's one of those things we never know exactly how much.
Exactly.
Improve.
Exactly. That's basically my only gripe with it is that it isn't quite there yet. As we are seeing a bouncer from Mitchell Starc that goes for 4 byes over the keeper's head, and he comes in again, left arm over the wicket. This is driven by Jaiswal, and has he got enough on that one? Yes, he does. As Pat Cummins is chasing it to the boundary, but he can't stop it. There is another 4 for the Indians, 24 for 1 now.
So I haven't been on here obviously since the first day of the first test. How have you been? How has been
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you for surviving a lot of this commentary alone. I apologize.
No, it's all right.
Life gets in the way sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it really does. No, well, I managed the first test, and I did the first day of the second test yesterday, and yeah, well, I mean, today I had history on, I have you on now, so yeah, it's the circle widens, I think.
Glad to hear it. I should be available for most of tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah, very good. Let's have a
I
look.
need to properly set up my room to do this, so I'm not doing this from the lounge room, because that was one of the things is I need to actually just go in and set up my room, because currently the lounge rooms are the only one set up to do this, and that doesn't really work when you've got a housemate who is not as into cricket as I am.
Ah, yes. Yeah, that's always the problem. I would think. I don't know why the live chat has disappeared now. No one is. I can't see the messages on the YouTube live chat anymore. Don't know why.
But yes, that is.
There was a disconnection earlier. I know
for me,
that.
I'm. Especially the last few days where I've been actively using the TV for well more than my fair share of probably what would be an even split, but yeah.
Cummins continues. He bowls right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal after Gill took a single off his first delivery of his third over. Jaiswal lets one go through and there is no run as Cummins angles one across him. He tries to drive it towards long off, but he misses it. Very lucky not to get an outside edge there. Yashasvi Jaiswal, who is on 9 of 20. Shubman Gill on the other end is on 5 of 2. India 25 for 1. Trailing by 132 runs overall. Cummins coming in again, right arm over the wicket, and again angling it across Jaiswal. But this time Jaiswal lets it go, and there is no run.
Yes, there is. So I'm just trying to keep track of how far ahead my TV being the actual live TV broadcast as opposed to internet stream is, so that I don't commentate things too early.
Yeah, I think it's about 2 deliveries ahead your terrestrial your cable broadcast as opposed to the internet international stream, as Jaiswal rams one through the slips. Steve Smith seems to get a hand to it, can't grab it, and Jaiswal finds another boundary. 13 of 22, India 29 for 1 now. And yeah, a reminder for everyone watching, don't forget to like the stream. If you like this commentary, non-region blocked on YouTube, free for you at the point of use. You can always subscribe to the channel. There are some interesting. There's obviously German content because I am German, but there's been a lot of English language content in the last few days. So give it a look. I have made a convenient playlist called English language content for you. So there are a lot of live commentaries, there is interviews and stuff like that. So have a look around and don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you, everyone. That really helps the channel.
Yes, it does. And I reckon there's a very strong chance that you are one of the most productive German language cricket accounts on YouTube.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one, so yeah. 6 overs have been bowled.
I would also not be surprised if you're the only one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am the only one. 6 overs bowled, 30 for 1 India. They are still a good way behind the Australians. who made 337 in reply to India's 180 all out, meaning India are still trailing by 127 runs with only 9 wickets left in hand. They need those 127 runs to even make Australia bat again. As we are seeing replays of Travis Head's celebration of his century, in the stands, probably his wife with their newborn child, because Travis Head was also doing the rocking the child to sleep celebration with the bat. Stark continues. He is bowling to Jaiswal, and the first one is a dot ball. Adelaide Oval Test 100s. Travis Head has made 3 Adelaide 100s in 9 innings, which is insane. 1 in 3 innings.
Yes, that is ridiculous. And
yeah, I mean, it means he has...
I'm guessing it helps that he has played... I'm guessing this is his home ground, so
yeah, okay.
I'm sure he has played many innings of cricket here, and that is always a bit easier when you are very familiar with how things have been planned,
yeah, but
how things play. But yes, at any ground,
yeah, at
it
any
is
ground,
ridiculous to do it.
I mean, that's if we take that he has played 9 innings at Adelaide, that means he has been he had played probably 5 tests at Adelaide and once didn't have to bat. That means he has made a century in 60% of the test he has played at Adelaide.
That is ridiculous.
Yes, it is. As we are seeing replays of his dismissals and the subsequent send-off from Mohammad Siraj, who is probably a bit too aggressive for most people in Australia. He has a bit of Dennis Lilly with that send-off of Travis Head. As Stark comes in for the third delivery, and this one is uppercut by Jaiswal, and again he finds the boundary behind the slip cordon for 4 runs. Stark bowling a bit on the shorter side here, and again Jaiswal is really strong against the short ball, and I don't think that Stark really wants to bowl short and wide to Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Yes, like almost averages almost 80 at Adelaide Oval, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and I remember a statistic from earlier that said that Manos, or is it from the first day? Maybe from the first day. Manos Labuschagne averages over 80 at the Adelaide Oval in day-night tests. As Stark comes in, left arm over the wicket, and he squares up Jaiswal, who can only squeeze that one out. And there is no run into the offside.
And I'm sure something that helps here is the fact that Australia play day-night tests at a much higher rate than most other countries. So
yes, they do.
They get that experience. And whereas the other countries, other teams necessarily, when they're touring here, have to deal with, one, the unfamiliarity of the pink ball, and also the fact that they are haven't had as much time batting on Adelaide Oval as well.
Wasn't the first pink ball test played in Adelaide as well 10 years ago now? I think it was 2014, and it was in Adelaide against New Zealand.
Quite possibly. I know that a vast majority of them have been
played in
Adelaide, and it might be useful if I Google more than just the word pink and actually search pink ball test.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, nowadays most stadia in Australia should have a floodlight system in place because the T20s and the Big Bash and stuff like that is played under lights.
Yes. I don't think there are any that don't have one. I think some of the smaller stadiums, not the test venues at least, I think some of the smaller domestic venues don't for heritage listing reasons, but
Oh yes.
all the test cricket
But
does. Yes, the first December 2015, so 9 years ago.
okay.
Next year will be the 27th of November to the 1st December 2015. Australia defeated New Zealand by 3 wickets. But yes, of the 23 pink ball tests, 14 of them have been in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, the Australians are really at the forefront, or ahead of the curve, with that kind of stuff.
Though India has played 3 at home, and now
they've played 3 at home.
This is their 3 at home, as well as this is their second as a visiting team. They've played. This is India's 5th day-night test.
As Pat Cummins begins his 4th over, India are 38 for 1, and Cummins comes in right arm over the wicket to Shubman Gill, who defends it into the pitch. There is no run. Excuse me, that was the second delivery of Pat Cummins' 4th over. The first 2 balls were dots, so India are 34 for 1, and now my stream is spazzing out, and I think there is a boundary again for the Indians, as there is a loop on my feed at the moment. And
yes.
it jumps between.
And up until very recently. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I think we're getting some Discord issues.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, there is a boundary for the Indians, so they move on to 38 for 1. I am looking at the scorecard.
And up until very recently, Australia was undefeated in pink ball tests.
Yeah.
They have lost one. They have never lost at Adelaide Oval. They did lose earlier this year to the West Indies at the Gabba.
Oh, interesting.
Is the only pink ball test they have lost, which, no offense to the West Indies, but would not have been the country that I would have penciled in as the team to be the first one to get the win against Australia in a pink ball test.
Yeah, and at the Gabba, no less, which was where Australia were undefeated for over 30 years, 35 years, until India won their first Border Gavaskar Trophy down under. That was, I think, the first time that Australia has lost at the Gabba in 35 years or something like that.
Yes. And I do find it interesting that they have once again moved it away from the opener. But that'll be interesting. But obviously that's not just a competitive decision. That is also a who's paying what, and a lot of business deals that are that I'm sure many different people have many different says in for very many reasons. So
excuse me everyone, but we have missed, I think, 1 over. India are Oh no, that we have not. We have 8 overs bowled. India are 42 for 1 now. My stream had to be reloaded, and I don't think I missed that much. But isn't the Gabba?
No, I don't think that last over was.
Yeah. Scott Boland is into the attack for the first time in India's second innings. He comes right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, and there is an appeal for a caught behind. And is that given out? Yes, it looks like Jaiswal
It is given out.
Is going off the pitch, and India 42 for 2 after 8.1 overs. First delivery from Scott Boland does the trick.
Narrowly missed out on one in the first innings by overstepping on the first ball in that first over. This time comes in and gets the strike.
Yes, and there doesn't
Virat
seem
Kohli
to be
comes to the crease.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any discussion. Jaiswal goes, caught carry, bowled Boland for 24 of 31. The deficit for India still 115 runs, and Virat Kohli is out there in the middle. And he, well, I thought he had found his form again after the second innings in Perth, but he didn't really come that good in the first innings here in Adelaide. He made.
Yes,
I think he.
I mean, not
made a 7. Yes.
None of India did particularly impress in that first, but
Nope.
yeah, I'm sure he would not have been happy with that 7 runs.
No, absolutely not. He looked very, very good during the second innings in Perth. He looked like he had
yes, he did.
Found his mojo again.
He looked like the world-class batter that we have seen in the past that has, I think, been missing a bit recently.
Yes.
Of that look of, yes, this is one of the absolute top 3 guys in the world. Top 2, top 3 guys in the world.
Yeah. There are 3 slips, a gully, and a backward point for Virat Kohli now. Very attacking field set by Australia. Scott Boland has the ball in hand. And he is furiously rubbing the shiny side of the ball as Virat Kohli takes strike now. And in comes Scott Boland, right arm over the wicket to Virat Kohli, who prods down his bat and is beaten on the outside edge by Boland, and there is no run. India trailing.
Boland's one of those guys I always think... Sorry, yes.
No. Go ahead.
Boland's one of those guys I always think it's very interesting what would have his test career looked like in another time where Australia didn't have such a high quality fast bowling lineup that's very hard to break into.
A bit like
because he's a
maybe what would his career have been if he had been maybe in Alan Border's team in the 80s when the Australians were at their lowest probably in the last 50 years. As Kohli is off the mark with an outside edge through the slips down towards the boundary at third man.
And I mean, it's a very good problem to have of having too many good players to make a team. But
yeah.
It's always unfortunate for the ones who do miss out on that I reckon there's several test nations where Scott Boland would be getting very regular playing time.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things that happens in this situation is you don't get that many players that statistically overperform, like a Murali or something like that. He has taken 800 wickets because most of the time the rest of his bowling attack wasn't that good, and he had to take those wickets.
Exactly, and
still 4 slips, a gully, and a backward point for Scott Boland to Virat Kohli. and this time it is wider outside the off stump, and Kohli leaves that one alone. 46 for 2. India, 8.5 overs gone. One delivery left in Scott Boland's first over. He took a wicket off the first ball, and now he is bowling to Virat Kohli, who is on 4 of 4. Shubman Gill is at the other end. He's on 7 of 8.
Interesting. Sorry. I'm just noting that after completing this over, Scott Boland is running straight off the ground. Bo Webster is coming on as subfielder.
Oh.
So I am hoping he's all right. I didn't see any injury.
No, me neither. He is talking to
So I am hoping it is just he needs something and needs to go off for a few moments.
He didn't
and
even
not
go.
A
He didn't even go to the umpire to retrieve his cap and his shades.
Yeah, it was so sudden.
Yeah.
Hopefully that is. I will keep an eye on social media. Hopefully that's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully that's just he needs to do something, but we will see. But also, I think as you're saying, it's always a thing where the number of wickets in an innings is often less impressive than the figures. Because unless your opponents are regularly declaring on you, you're always going to pick up. So your team's always going to pick up 10 wickets in an innings.
Yeah.
So if it's a lot less impressive to pick up 6 or 7 innings, if your opponents are regularly scoring 600, you're not really threatening, and they're just finding every now and then a mistake's finding its way, as opposed to you are consistently on top of them and you are getting a ton of wicket balls without conceding a lot of runs.
Yeah.
Let me do some searching to see if I can figure out
I think that
anything news on Boland.
Yeah. Cummins is continuing his 5th over. First delivery is a dot ball by Shubman Gill. In comes Cummins again. Right arm over the wicket, and Gill plays that out into the onside, and there is a single, so Kohli is back on strike.
I think Boland also gets the benefit of having the absolute ridiculous Ashes test he had a while ago. That is how pretty much all of Australia remembers him.
In Australia or in England?
In Australia, where he took 6 for 7 on Boxing Day at MCG.
Oh, yes, that was 2017-18, I think.
No, I think that was the 21-22.
Oh, okay.
His test debut.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's always a bit. I find it always a bit tricky because it's not really that regular. When is the Ashes in England, and sometimes there is a
made even more confusing by the fact that as of this time the women's Ashes is this summer and the men's is next summer.
Yes, something like that.
The Australia is hosting the women's Ashes in January, and then in a year from now we'll take on England in the men's.
So predictions: Will England be able to win a match for the first time since 2011 down under in the Ashes?
I think it obviously depends on everyone's form coming into it, things like that, but my guess is no.
It's a mad stat that they haven't won a match in Australia in over 10 years.
To be fair, Australia has a ridiculous record in Australia against teams not named India.
Yes, they have.
If you remove India from conversation, the West Indies last year was their first loss in quite a while.
As the Indian batsmen have seemed to taken a liking to Pat Cummins, because the first 5 deliveries of his 5th over have gone for 8 runs this far, 2 singles followed by a boundary and then a couple. Shubman Gill is on strike. He is on 14 of 12. Final delivery is glanced into the leg side and the Indians take another single. So Shubman Gill is depriving Virat Kohli of the strike. India 55 for 2 after 10 overs. They are going along at a decent clip, 5.5 runs an over. All of this won't matter if they can't make a really, really big score here. They need at least 400 in the second innings, one would think, to set Australia around 250 in the second innings.
And here is some good news for Australia. Scott Boland is back to bowl. So
Yes.
everything looks good.
Probably just had to get a new towel or something like that.
Yes.
Yes, and he is back. He has figures of 1 for 4 from 1 over. In he comes, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Shubman Gill. And this one is ballooning up into the air. There is an appeal for LBW. The on-field umpire is unmoved. Captain Pat Cummins is running in conversation now with Nathan Lyon, Scott Boland and Manos Labuschagne. And no one is reviewing that one, probably because there was the shoulder of the bat involved in that. And it remains a dot ball. Let's see the replay here. I don't think there was bat involved. But it might have gone down leg.
Yeah.
Probably.
And not necessarily when you immediately need to waste a wicket.
No.
Or sorry, not waste a wicket, waste a review on a question.
Yeah. Next one is jabbed into the offside by Gill, and India take a single, and we are seeing ball tracking now, and it is pitching outside off. Impact is in line, and it is missing on height. Boland has gotten too much bounce here.
Which is interesting because I think as far as the Aussie bowlers go, he is not usually the bounciest of the bowlers.
No, not necessarily, but sometimes there is...
Sometimes, yeah. Pitch get a bit shorter than expected, but...
Yeah, and... I mean, what was it? I think it was... a one-day international. Didn't the Indians play a one-day international series in South Africa before coming to Australia? Someone did. Where they massively underestimated their own bounce at, I think it was the Wanderers.
Yes, quite possibly.
Yeah. And that was the first time I have ever seen batsmen stepping outside of their off stump to cut deliveries that were rearing up from a length over the slips. That was quite weird. 2 dot balls followed that single as Boland is bowling to Kohli. He bowls outside the off stump. Kohli puts down his bat and there is no run as Boland again beats the outside edge. Kohli on 5 of 9, Gill on 16 of 15. Final delivery of Scott Boland's second over is to come now. Kohli's test average in night sessions is 126. That's quite a good average to have.
That's ridiculous. Yes.
In comes Boland for his final delivery, and again, on a length outside the off stump, Kohli puts down a straight bat, and there is no run. India trail by 101 runs as they are 56 for 2 now. Let's see if anyone is with us on Blue Sky. No, the last notification I had is that people have reskeeted the announcement that we are back with the night session.
Good.
Nothing. I don't see
Glad that
anything.
we're not.
Oh. No. Cummins is back. He is bowling his 6th over.
Yes, Pat Cummins back into bowl.
India trail by 101 runs. After 11 overs have been bowled in their second innings. In comes Pat Cummins, right arm over the wicket to Shubman Gill, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. Well, people, if you are listening, if you are watching, don't forget to like and subscribe, and you can always get in touch with the stream by using the YouTube chat. You are very welcome to do so. Or you can use
Please do. It makes it a lot better for us to work with other people.
Yeah, exactly. It's always quite a lot of fun if people are in the chat, and we can have a chat with the listeners.
Exactly.
Second delivery is
Gives
another.
us more to work with than that.
Yeah. Gill is playing another dot ball. 56 for 2 India after 11.2 overs, and now the lights are on at full intensity. All 4 pylons are on. As Cummins comes in again, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Jaiswal, who jabs it out into the offside. There is no run though, because it is fielded at point, as we are seeing pictures of this. There is apparently it's an attraction that you can get on top of the what is it? Scaffolding. Yes, that's the word I was looking for earlier.
Yes.
You can get on the
My housemate has
catwalk.
done that
You have done that?
and says that it's. I haven't. My housemate has
okay.
and says that it's a very good experience. I've been to the Oval, but I am too scared of heights to do that myself.
Well, apparently they
it would be a good view, though.
Yeah, but apparently they are also doing all the mountaineer kind of stuff. You get a harness and you are hooked into a safety line and stuff like that.
They do similar up along the Sydney Harbour Bridge as well. That you can go up and climb. You can climb the bridge, get to the top of that.
Oh, interesting. As the 4th delivery of Cummins' 6th over is taken for a single by Shubman Gill, bringing Virat Kohli onto strike. The deficit is exactly 100 now for India. Kohli is taking guard as Cummins steams in, right arm over the wicket. Too short and too wide outside the off stump, and Kohli shoulders arms to that one. There is no run. 136 kilometers per hour, the speed that Pat Cummins is hitting here against Virat Kohli. 57 for 2.
Yes. It has been a good start for Australia, but
when was the last?
Could do with another wicket or two before.
Yeah, probably.
End of play tonight to really.
Final delivery is again too short and too wide and left alone by Virat Kohli.
Would have been Boland's first over.
Yeah, it would have been Boland's first over. That was Rahul. He was the second. No, it's Jaiswal. Jaiswal was the second wicket to fall. KL Rahul fell first. He was out. Caught carry bowled Cummins, and Jaiswal was caught carry bowled Boland. Yeah. As we are seeing highlights and replays.
So if they can get Kohli here before the end of play, I think that's a very good winnable position for them.
Oh, if they get Kohli, absolutely. Absolutely. Boland is back for his third over. First delivery to Shubman Gill is again left. It's a dot ball as he beats the outside of Gill's bat. This has been kind of the theme of the test, beating the outside edge. The Indians did it consistently during the first Australian innings. Very, very unlucky. Sometimes just a fraction of a millimeter off, as Shubman Gill plays one out towards cover, and there is a single in that, and that means that the Indian deficit is now in double digits, 99 runs behind the Australian first innings total. In total, the Indians now 58 for 2, 12.2 overs, trail by 99 runs. Kohli's on 5 of 12, Gill is on 18 of 21. As I'm having a look at Blue Sky, no, there is nothing. It's really interesting that there is chat in my OBS chat window for YouTube from a while ago, but that chat doesn't show up on the YouTube feed, which I find interesting.
I don't see anything in the YouTube feed.
Yeah, which is kind of weird, because normally you can also, YouTube now has the functionality that you can replay live chat if you are watching the VOD version of a live stream after it has finished streaming live. So one would think that it should be there.
Yes, YouTube can be weird at times.
Yes. 2 more dot balls by Boland mean that India can't decrease the deficit any further. Final delivery to come as Kohli is facing Scott Boland. Let's have a look. Crowthorpe Trophy. Yes, I can give you an update on the Crowthorpe Trophy. That's probably of interest to some of you. Where is it? The English lead by 533 runs. They still have 5 wickets in hand in their second innings. It is the end of day 2. So tomorrow, day 3, and the New Zealanders are already staring down a potential target of 533, which is kind of even more imposing if you take into account that they made 125 all out in their first innings. And in Gavaskar in South Africa, the South Africans made 358. The Sri Lankans are currently trailing them by 40 runs with 2 more wickets in hand. They were set much better at the end of the day's play. I think the South Africans took 5 wickets in the morning session here. Let's have a look. They were 242 for 3 at the end of the day's play yesterday, and now they are 318 for 8. So 5 wickets lost in the morning session in Gavaskar.
Yes.
Which, of
Thank
course,
you for that look around.
Yeah, which of course has implications for the World Test Championship.
Yes.
They are not that
I do
far.
find it interesting. I do find it fascinating, Ben Stokes going on about how he doesn't understand the World Test Championship. It's not that complicated a system.
No, it's not.
It's unconventional, sure, but not complicated.
No, and it was a concession to conditions during the pandemic that changed the standings, changed what the standings are based on. It was originally the idea was that everyone plays a set number of World Test Championship tests, and the total points will determine who will make the final. But since during the pandemic a lot of series had to be scrapped, the percentage of available points that a team makes has been adopted. And yeah, I mean,
And I think also the benefit of that system is there is more reason for the bigger countries to play smaller countries for more tests. Even if it's going to be a one-sided test, having teams like India and Australia and England go to play in a lot smaller cricketing test nations is good for the game.
Exactly. As Stark continues with his 5th over, and he is taken for a single and a couple of the 3rd and 4th ball. Kohli on 7 of 17, Gill at the non-strikers end on 19 of 24. As we are seeing a lot of celebrating Indian fans in the stands. I think it's a bit early to celebrate already because India are still 96 runs in arrears, 61 for 2. Virat Kohli is out in the middle and he is on strike though, and he has now survived 18 deliveries as Stark bangs one in short and Kohli ducks under it and there is no run. Final delivery coming up now as Manus Labuschagne is looking at his watch.
Well, we've got it's drinks break and then
it's a drinks break. And I will have a let's have a very, very short drinks break because I will have to go to the toilet for just a second.
Very well. I will, if it ends before you come back, I will take over for a bit. as we have Scott Boland in to bowl the first over after the drinks break. He is currently at 1 for 6. India are 22 for 6. Kohli is on 8 off 19 deliveries, and Shubman Gill is 19 off 24 deliveries. As played back, driven down the ground, and that will be, is it 2 or 3 runs? Replay. We have a few replays of that drive. Now he just passed the bowler for 3 runs. And Shubman Gill will face the next delivery. Drive a lot more square of the wicket, but that is just the 1 run. Yes. So I have commentated the first 2 deliveries of the Scott Boland over.
Oh, okay, then
So
go on, because I am 2 deliveries behind, because it's a world feed. And
yes, of course. We have Boland in to bowl. Is that an edge? That looks like it is an edge. Caught. Boland picks up his second wicket as Virat Kohli nicks the edge through to the keeper, and Virat Kohli will depart for 11 as Boland moves to 2 for 10 for his figures. India are 66 for 3.
oh, this is not looking good for India here. 3 wickets down in their second innings. Still 91 runs behind. And the big man, Virat Kohli, who made a century, an unbeaten century in his last innings, has to go now. Let's have a look at what his average is at this point in time. Oh, he is down there. He is on 48. An average of around 48 currently for his career.
As Rishabh Pant is the next in to bat. Given that this has been a bit of a delay, do you want to take commentary from here?
Okay, I can do that. As we are seeing replays, yes, there is a definite edge from Virat Kohli, and yeah, that will sting. That would sting. He is hanging his head low as he leaves the ground for 11 of 21 caught carry Boland. 5 scoring shots, 16 dots, 1 4, no sixes, a strike rate of 52. As the Indians still trail by 91 runs as Rishabh Pant is coming out into the middle, and India really need one of those amazing Rishabh Pant innings that he played during the last 2 Border Gavaskar Trophies down under. Is he the old Rishabh Pant that we know now that he is back from that horrific injury that put him out for, I think, was it a year or was it 2 years? I think it was a year. That horrific car crash that he had around Christmas. I think it must be 2 years, wasn't it? I remember talking to Anindo about it, and Anindo said that he had talked to Indian players that told him that Rishabh Pant was known as a bit of a reckless driver. So everyone in the team refused if he offered them a lift to and from the ground.
That is probably not the reputation you want to have.
No,
but...
probably not. As Boland comes in to punt, he comes right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant, who steps away to leg and flails Scott Boland over long off for 4 runs. So, Pant off the mark, and he is well on his way to an unbeaten century with a strike rate of around 300 to 400. Now he steps out of his crease and he absolutely hammers Scott Boland over long off. Next delivery is clipped into the leg side, and there is a couple in there for Rishabh Pant as the ball is thrown in, and there is an attempt by Alex Carey at a run out, but Rishabh Pant is safe in as the throw from the outfield is not that accurate, and also Carey lost the ball in the process of moving his gloves towards the stumps. So no danger for Rishabh Pant there. That is the substitute fielder throwing in from the outfield, isn't it?
Yes, that was.
Yeah, as Boland comes in again, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant. Engels want to cross him, and Pant leaves that one alone. It evades the keeper, so that should be byes. Gill would be on a strike if they hadn't run the bye. So Pant retains the strike. And let's have a look. Specky94 says, my favorite thing about Shubman Gill is that he inspired a subtly the clever Reddit username Gilliman Shub. Gilliman Schub sounds like something from the Augsburger Puppenkiste, which is a children's TV program in Germany with marionettes and stuff like that. And they make some original series, and they also film various popular children's books like Kleiner König Kalle Wirsch, Jim Knopf and stuff like that. And they have one that was called Schlupp vom grünen Stern, Schlupp from the Green Star, which was a science fiction series about a robot that was erroneously built with a soul and exiled to Earth. Schlupp.
That does sound like an interesting story.
Yeah, and the builders of the robot, there were 2 series of that, and in the second series the builders of the robot found out that he was not sent to the scrap planet, but erroneously or mistakenly was sent to Earth, and they sent basically a Terminator after him, which was kind of scary for a children's series, even though it was just marionettes.
Yeah, that definitely sounds a lot more of the premise to it, a lot more of a adult science fiction story than a children's.
Yeah, and the basically bounty hunter that was sent after the defective robot had a ray gun that could turn anything that it hit into foam, and there was a really, really creepy special effect where stuff was turned into foam. Cars and stuff like that were turned into foam by this exterminator of defective robots. As Mitchell Stark continues, two deliveries. The first two deliveries are played out for dots by Rishabh Pant. Third one yields him a single. He moves on to 7 of 6. Shubman Gill is on strike, who has brought up his 20. He is on 20 of 25. India trail by 83 runs still. They are 74 for 3. The batsmen to fall were in order: KL Rahul, Yashasvi Jaiswal and Virat Kohli. And
sorry for my lack of
okay, it's
being
all
very talkative. It is getting later in the evening.
yeah, it's all right. And again, Shubman Gill sneaks one past Steve Smith at slip, who can't believe that he basically misfielded 2 now. Yes, that was kind of a drop. It runs away to the boundary, and that is 4 runs. And Specky94 says, can you folks help me and a friend out on an argument? I think Pat Cummins' half-popped collar makes him look hot. My friend thinks it looks bad. What do you say? Well, because Pat Cummins has rockstar good looks, it gives him kind of a roguish charm. Or maybe a bit like from an old cyberpunk short story by someone like William Gibson, who says that there is a bit of a disregard among the console cowboys for the flesh, meaning they are not that concerned with fashion and stuff like that. If anyone is interested, have a look at either Neuromancer or the Sprawl trilogy in general from William Gibson, and short stories like Johnny Mnemonic and Burning Chrome or stuff like that. As Gill plays one out towards point, this one is fielded out near the boundary. The fielder pops it back in to Manos Labuschagne, who has followed him. Manos Labuschagne throws it in to Alex Carey, but they can't prevent the Indians from taking a couple. As we are now seeing replays of Scott Boland setting up Virat Kohli. Very, very much a dismissal that could have been bowled by Glenn McGrath, as Scott Boland was putting it on the same spot for 4 consecutive deliveries. Very, very, very good bowling from Scott Boland there. A bit of a metronomic spell, or bit of a metronomic over that managed to dismiss Kohli, as Boland continues. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant, and he beats his outside edge again. It is taken by Alex Carey, and there is no run. 75 India's deficit now. And as long as these two are out in the middle, the Indians have a little bit of hope left, because there is also Rohit Sharma still to come. And even though he's had a bit of a shocker in the New Zealand series in India, the first one that India ever lost, whitewashed at home in a series of 3 or more tests, he still has good innings left in him, I would think. Rohit Sharma came the second most losing captain at home in India's history. He left Kapil Dev and Mohammad Azharuddin behind by having lost, I think, 5 now at home. The only Indian captain to lose more tests at home than Rohit Sharma is the first India captain, Ansur Khan Pataudi the Elder. I'm sorry, I've been talking for a bit and I can't pronounce his name right now. But it's Pataudi the Elder, the father of Tiger. Mansoor Ali Khan Pataudi, that's his name. So I'm sorry. Mansoor Ali Khan Pataudi is the only Indian captain to have lost more home tests than Rohit Sharma, and he lost 9. As we are seeing a very extravagant hook shot from Rishabh Pant. He falls down, gets a toe end to it, and deposits the ball over the slips, and that brings him 4 runs, 71 the deficit now. Next one is a dot ball. India 86 for 3. As Shubman Gill congratulates Rishabh Pant to that very, very flashy hook shot.
It was, definitely not what you put in a textbook, but
nope.
Sometimes those shots do work.
Yeah. Next one is left alone by Pant as Boland continues right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Pant on 11 of 11. 28 of 28 is Shubman Gill at the other end. As we are seeing that Rishabh Pant has actually personalized grill. The panels where the grill is screwed into the helmet are saying RP17, which is obviously Rishabh Pant, and number 17 is his number, his kit number in tests. Final delivery, and this one is played out into the offside, but there is no run. India trail by 71 runs, 86 for 3 now. And Hadi the Batty is with us. Just watched a video of Siraj waving Head off the field after dismissal, and Head's fuck off reply. He did a lot of waving his bat around to the crowd on the way off the pitch. Yes, he did. And yes,
I'm interested to see if there's anything that led up to that, because it definitely, I hadn't seen any tensions of them between them before today.
No, not really, but I think it's just a Mohammad Siraj thing. If you remember back to the first test during the second innings, Marnus Labuschagne wasn't in that long. He was only out there for, I think, 5 deliveries or something like that, and he managed to piss off Mohammad Siraj so much that Siraj, after 2 or 3 deliveries, went to him and gave him a piece of his mind. It was a bit sad to see that Siraj didn't dismiss Labuschagne in that innings. Instead, Bumrah had him LBW. It would have been very poetic if Siraj had gotten Labuschagne after those exchanges, and Bumrah had gotten Cummins, who promoted himself to pinch hitter at number 3, but Siraj got Cummins and Bumrah got Labuschagne. Yeah. Stark is continuing. He is bowling to Gill, and the first one is a dot ball as Stark has Gill's off stump shuttered. He comes in left arm over the wicket, and Gill plays all around that, and I think he is clean bowled. Shubman Gill has to go 28 of 30, I think. As Stark picks up another wicket, and the Indians are now 4 down. 86 for 4. And yes, it is Shubman Gill bowled Stark, 28 of 30, strike rate of 93.33. Well, India in all sorts of trouble here. And I think,
yes, they are.
I think we will see a level series tomorrow at the latest, as Captain Rohit Sharma strides out at number 6 for the Indians. He will have to do a lot to make Australia even consider batting again, or coming close to making Australia bat again.
And especially bat for any reasonable amount of time.
Yes. Let's have a look how many overs are left in the day. I don't think we will get them all. 14.4 overs is the minimum overs remaining, but the ground time is 21:25. So we are already past. No, we are not past. We are 5 minutes away from the scheduled close of play, so they will absolutely take the extra half hour. One would think they have taken it yesterday. They will take it today as Stark comes in and the umpire has his arm out. That is a no ball. Mitch, you will have to bowl that one again. $87 for 4 now. As we are seeing a replay of Mitch Stark overstepping. Yeah, not that bad an overstep, but definitely an overstep. As Rohit was looking to pull it, but he only managed to... Did he get it into his own grill? He gets a top edge and is hit on the helmet. I think that should trigger a concussion protocol. As every batsman that is hit in the helmet, yes, there are the support staff from India out in the middle. Apparently, Rohit Sharma has passed the concussion protocol. He is on none of 1. And India trail by another 70 runs. Let's have a look. No, there is nothing new on YouTube. Anyway, Rohit Sharma is taking guard again. In comes Mitchell Stark, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Rohit Sharma. And this one is given as LBW as Rohit misses one, trying to defend it in front of his pads. And the umpire has no hesitation. But it is not out because the umpire is then informed that Mitchell Stark has overstepped again. And Rohit
balls
Sharma
in a row is not good.
Rohit Sharma is gifted a life by Mitchell Stark, who bowled consecutive no balls. And yeah, looked stone dead live, and the umpire had no hesitation to raise the finger. And then
if it wasn't for being over the line, that looks like a pretty easy wicket.
Yeah, it looks plumb in front, doesn't it? It looks plumb in front. Or does it? Is there an edge on Snicko? He might have had gotten an inside edge to that one and played it onto his own pad. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Yes, he. Now we're seeing another perspective, and Rohit made the signal for a review straight away as he saw the umpire raising his fingers. He made the sign to review it, but then it was given as a no ball, so no need to review that one. Stark, left arm over the wicket, angling one across Rohit outside the off stump. Rohit angles the bat, fishing outside his off stump, misses it. It goes through to Alex Carey. As we are seeing that Mitchell Stark averages below 16 in 8-day night tests in Adelaide. He has taken 46 wickets in those, comfortably the best average amongst the active Australian bowlers. Josh Hazlewood is a second with almost 19 average, as Rohit clips one off his pads, but it is fielded by the fielder coming around from deep fine leg. There is no run. There are runs, sorry. Of course there are runs. The question is, how many runs are there? There are 2 actually. Rohit moves on to 2 of 5, so he is off the mark. India trail by 67 runs. Half an hour to go, because right now is the scheduled close of play, and they have a few overs left to be bowled, and they will take the extra half hour, as is customary in today's Test cricket. Stark continues left arm over the wicket. This one is defended back into the pitch by Rohit, and he survives as Stark picks it up, fields it. There is no run. India bring up their 90 of the penultimate delivery of this Mitchell Stark over. And we are now seeing highlights of the last over. First, the wicket of Shubman Gill, then Rohit Sharma coming out, being given out. Second delivery he sees, first one that he assumes is legal, which is then declared a no ball as well. So, eventful last over. As we are again seeing the matrix shot of Shubman Gill's dismissal. As Boland continues, he has Rishabh Pant in his sights. He bowls right arm over the wicket to the left-hander Pant, and Pant blocks down his bat and is beaten on the outside edge. There is no run. Are you still with me, Jess?
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
I was just going down. Apologies.
Okay. Yeah, the minimum overs remaining is almost 40 now, and they have only half an hour left. They won't get those in. As Boland continues to Rishabh Pant. Second delivery is 2 leg byes. Yes, it is 2 leg byes.
Leg byes.
As the next one, Rishabh Pant steps back towards leg and slices one over the offside. This one finds the boundary, and that is 4 runs to Rishabh Pant, who moves on to 15 of 15 now. Pant is living dangerously. He exposes his stumps there. If he hadn't hit that, he would have been bowled. There is no question about that one. 96 for India, 61 runs behind. And this time, Pant steps to off and hooks Boland for, I think that is another 4 runs. The umpire is checking. Yes, it is another 4 runs over fine leg. That brings up the 100 for India in their second innings.
I reckon there's a solid chance Australia have to bat a little bit again.
Yeah. There is a chance. There is a chance for that.
I wouldn't be expecting a very long second batting innings from Australia, but I reckon they'll get 57.
I think the Indian plan here has to be survive this evening without further losses, then bat for most of the third day, and maybe use the pink ball under the lights against the Australians, having set them somewhere around 200, 250 runs.
Yeah.
Or more, possibly more. But that is a very big if, because the only one, no, there are two more kind of all-rounders in the shed for the Indians. There is Nitish Kumar Reddy, who top scored in the first innings. And there is also Ashwin. Final delivery of Boland's sixth over. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. And there is an appeal for a caught behind, but I don't think that Rishabh Pant got an edge to that one. No, it is not given by the umpire. It is noted in the scorebook as a dot ball. And that is the end of Scott Boland's over. As we are seeing highlights of Rishabh Pant's 19 not out, we are seeing his boundaries. 2 in the last over of Scott Boland. Rohit is now on strike. He is facing Stark. Stark has figures of 1 for 40 from 7 overs. In he comes. Left arm over the wicket. And this one is too wide outside the off stump, and Rohit lets that go. There is no run. Day 2 attendance in Adelaide is 51,642, which I think is one of those. It's a record for of some sort for Adelaide. Yesterday they were. And the ground looks reasonably packed. There are some empty seats up in the upper deck, right below the scaffolding. But yeah, a lot of people in the ground tonight. In comes Mitchell Stark's third delivery, and he continues left arm over the wicket and angles one across Rohit, who leaves those alone. India still trailing by 57 runs, but they have brought up the 100 in their second innings inside of 20 overs. So a run rate of 5. What were the people calling it? Gamball?
Something like that.
Yeah.
He's definitely quite aggressive.
Yeah, Gambia is it's really hard to listen to his press conferences and interviews, because he's talking he's talking not that loudly, but very, very fast, and without much inflection.
Yeah, I am glad I'm not working necessarily in sports journalism anymore and don't have to do all the press conferences myself, which...
Yeah, I mean, some of them are pretty funny, but with Gambia, I would want a recording that I can play at half speed for transcription purposes.
Yeah. My very first press conference as a sports journalist was Marnus Labuschagne.
Okay.
And then my first in-person press conference was Pat Cummins.
Oh, okay.
That was the press conference after, just after Langer had resigned.
Ah, yes. When was that? Langer became coach after Sandpaper Gate, obviously.
Yes, and then he left a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Was there? I can't remember. Was there any specific reason given, as Rohit is taking making a first boundary of the final delivery of Mitchell Stark's 8th over, 4 runs for him?
I think it was. I don't think there was a specific incident. I think there was just a bit of tension between the playing squad and Langer, and they wanted someone new.
Yeah, and I mean, Justin Langer is a very weird man. I would say. Wasn't that shortly?
He seems very intense.
Yes, absolutely. Wasn't that all the guff with what was it? What did he say? Elite humility? That was one of his quotes. Elite humility. And yeah, I mean, I can understand that Cricket Australia says, "Oh, I don't know if that is really a good idea to have someone as a spokesperson for the team, because the coach is obviously regularly interviewed, and we don't know if it is a good idea to have someone who says something like elite humility on the record as one of our representatives."
Yeah, exactly.
We have Specky 94 with us. Believe it or not, I certainly don't. Rishabh Pant has never been out hit wicket. Looking at his I am hooking and falling over shots during this innings, it's really hard to believe that he was never out hit wicket. And Specky says Langer had a problem with Marnus bringing a cheese toastie onto the field. What? Why would you bring a cheese toastie onto the field? And why is cricket so much less cool than baseball? In baseball, there was once a player who slid into first base or slid into the bases hands first because he had a vial of cocaine in his butt pocket and he didn't want to break that. Yes.
Awesome. Cricket brings out some fascinating stories.
Well, I guess you can compare it to, I think it was Babe Ruth, who had hot dogs stuffed away in his jersey, in his uniform, during the 20s and 30s when he was playing for the New York Yankees. As Cummins continues, Rohit is on strike. He is on 6 of 14. There is only a single. Punt takes a single off the second delivery of Pat Cummins' 7th over. 2 more to go as Rohit faces 2 dot balls after the single by Punt. India still trailing by 52 runs. They are now 105 for 4. Specky 94 says also Langer is a massive Tory, pretty high profile member of Australia's right-wing party. Isn't that the Liberal, what are they called? Oh, sorry, I will have to come back to you on that one as Rohit Sharma has to go. He is out. Bold Cummins. Rohit has to go for 6. India 105 for 5, and one would think the chances of the Indians to win this test are trending towards 0 as Pat Cummins beats Rohit Sharma's outside edge and kisses the top of his off stump. That was an excellent delivery, a corker. Rohit played inside that one. And he has to go. He is out, Bolt Cummins, for 6 of 15. India 105 for 5.
Yes, it's
So yeah, I think
very good bowling from
that was
Australia.
a corker from Cummins. Not much Rohit could do about that one. What's it? It's the coalition in Australia, isn't it? The right wing coalition, National
It's
Liberal,
the LNP.
Liberal
Yes,
National
so
Party.
the National Party and the Liberal Party.
Yeah.
Who are the main conservative faction?
Yeah.
Conservative Party here in Australia.
Yeah, it's always fascinating because apparently Brett Lee is also very very right wing.
I haven't heard him on specific issues. I know he did endorse a rather right wing candidate, but also in his endorsement, he was focusing on what that guy did for his local community, which, as bad as he was politically, he did do a fair bit for the community. So,
okay.
Not to defend Brett Lee, and please correct me if he said his exact positions, but I could also say that as willing to look past the right wing for someone who he believes is good on other issues.
Yeah, okay, I get that. As Nitish Kumar Reddy is
that may also be.
Yeah.
But also, let's be honest, cricket is not necessarily a sport that's lacking in right wing.
Yeah, but
people around cricket.
As we are, I will have to redirect the listeners' attention to the cricket for just a second because Nitish Kumar Reddy is in at number 7 for India, and there is an appeal for caught behind first delivery of that he faces. Because Pat Cummins is convinced that he has him gloving it down the leg side, and Australia have reviewed it because it was not given out on the field, and it turns out he did not get any bat or glove on that delivery. So the on-field decision stands, and Nitish Kumar Reddy survives his first delivery. He doesn't have to go for a golden duck. And Australia have now lost their first review. India have 3 remaining. Australia have lost 1. As Rishabh Pant is playing the first delivery of Mitchell Starc out towards backward point, and there is a single. Reddy is on strike. India 106 for 5, trailed by 51 runs. Yeah, no, I think I remember Bradley's Wikipedia page saying that he is relatively conservative, or that he's very conservative.
It says he's right wing. He's tweeted his support for Tony Abbott, leader of the Liberal Party. He's endorsed to run as a candidate. So yeah, I don't know exactly. I haven't seen anything about his exact positions on things, but he is at least friends with a lot of the Conservative Party.
Yeah. And I always think it's really rather interesting because these are people that have traveled a lot around the world as international cricketers, and you are always I'm always amazed because generally the wider traveled people are, the more empathy there is for other people. There is having to travel to all around the world for your work and being a kind of a superstar in India and stuff like that, it doesn't lend itself to xenophobia, I always assume.
No. And I just skimmed through. He does seem involved with a number of charities and stuff like that, so it's not like he is necessarily a completely heartless person. I haven't met him. I'm not going to talk
I don't think he is
to him morally, but But yeah, he does seem to at least have some. With his work with charity, he does appear to at least have some ability to some care for others.
Yeah.
So it is always interesting.
Yeah. As Reddy scores his first runs with an uppercut over the slips where Manos Labuschagne can't get a hand to it. And it runs away to the boundary at third man for 4 runs. So Reddy is off the mark. And he avoided the golden duck on the first delivery, and now he has avoided the duck altogether. And Stark comes in again. This one is defended back towards the bowler, and Stark playfully mimics throwing the ball at the stumps as Reddy is stepping away from the crease. And another thing I think wasn't Langer didn't Langer retire because some officials said, yeah, we can't get hit in the head anymore. You have been hit in the head way too often on the cricket pitch.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, which is kind of concerning if you take into consideration that he's also a Taekwondo black belt. So if you think that Justin Langer has been hit in the head way too many times on the cricket pitch, which is the only basis for Cricket Australia telling him, no mate, you're done, and you take into consideration that he's probably having concussions as a hobby in some Taekwondo dojo, that's really, really concerning.
Yeah. And I think, especially in the last 10 years, like I think Cricket Australia just got more and more focused on concussions even since he's retired, and given what's happened in the last 10 years, probably makes sense why you're being very careful about head impact.
Yeah, as Cummins continues, this one is too short and Punt pulls it, but it is fielded out near the boundary at deep fine leg. There is only a single in it this time for the Indians, who bring up 111 for 5, trailing by 46 runs. Yeah, I mean, concussions has been at the forefront of a lot of discussion about sports, not only because of the things that happened in the National Football League in America, but also because the rise of mixed martial arts, especially during the pandemic, when they were one of the few sports that just said, nah, fuck you, we're going to put on some shows, and chartered or rented an island in the UAE and disregarded any COVID restrictions over there.
It is fascinating how different sports did it, because I think some did it a lot better than others did. Yeah. Even the ones that barely took time off. Because, like, even just you look at, I know it's not technically a combat sport in the same way, but the WWE just went to basically doing everything in a arena they converted into a studio that had that had only virtual fans.
Yeah, exactly.
And towards the end, they started having a few WWE employees and family members and stuff like that in, but until mid 2021, it was. You could argue they rushed back into doing things quickly, but they did also have. It was literally just the on-camera crew. Yeah.
I think the best one in that regard was the Korean Baseball League, where
I was very much watching that.
Yeah, did you see that where they had the sex dolls, the inflatable sex dolls in the stadium?
Yes, that was funny.
That was quite funny.
I also had the misfortune of deciding to support the Eagles in the Korean Baseball League, who then that season went on to have one of the longest losing streaks in professional baseball history.
Okay, how many did they lose in a row?
Let's have a look.
Yeah, there are a few singles taken off Cummins' 8th over. Punt and Reddy are rotating the strike. 3 runs of the first 5 deliveries of Cummins' 8th over. India 113 for 5. 44 runs behind. Final delivery coming up now. While Jess is looking up how many games the Eagles lost in a row. Cummins coming in right arm over the wicket, and this one is driven by Reddy, and this looks like it has found the cover boundary. And indeed, it has 4 runs to Nitish Kumar Reddy, who moves on to 9 of 10. India 117 for 5, trailing by 40 runs. I think it would be hard to beat there was an Orioles team that I think started none and 22, which was I think the worst start to a baseball season ever. And one would think
possibly.
Yeah, and one would think that the 2024 White Sox, Chicago White Sox, were probably also in the top 10 of the longest losing streaks in professional baseball history, because they became the losingest team in MLB history. They
18
lost
straight. There you go.
Oh yeah. So yeah, okay. For Korean baseball, that's probably a record. They don't play
That's
that
the
many
longest.
games.
And I think it's up there. Yeah, and I think it's up there, but not the longest.
Internationally, yeah, no, there's the Baltimore Orioles starting the season without a win for 22 games or 23 games.
And baseball's also, baseball's also a random enough sport that even the bad teams get semi-regular wins.
Yeah, I mean the common wisdom is at least in the MLB in America, they play 162 games, and you win a third, you lose a third, and what you do with the remaining third, that's where the winning or the champions get separated from the chaff. Boland continuing for his 7th over. He is bowling to Rishabh Pant, who is on 23 at a runner ball, and he steps back again and he slices him over long off, and he finds the boundary, and there is another boundary to Rishabh Pant, who is now up over 100 strike rate. 36 the Indian deficit. They are 121 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, even the White Sox one was, I think it's 41 games this year.
Yeah, but no one has ever lost that many games. But I mean, 41 games. That's
but like that is one of the worst ones we've seen ever, and they still won 41 games.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm looking at them now, just trying to remind myself. They swept the Rays. They got a win against the Braves.
Ooh.
They won a series against the Guardians.
Yeah, but they
won another game against the Braves. They were not good, but even like there are they won one game against the Yankees. Like,
yeah, okay.
They were not a good team, but every now and then, even they won at 12-2. Like, sometimes things just go weirdly well for bad teams, and teams that go on to make the World Series and were dominant through most of the season go bad.
Yeah. Reddy is on.
I forget. I know my Braves not too long ago were once swept by the A's, despite the Braves and A's being very different.
Yes.
Very different records for the past few years.
Have the A's been? They've been relocated to Las Vegas now, haven't they?
They're weird and up in the air for the next couple of years, where they're playing out of, I think, Sacramento,
Oh, okay.
because the Oakland doesn't want them anymore because they're moving, but the Vegas stadium isn't ready yet. So
Oh, interesting. Yeah, and that's always the owners in baseball.
it's just been a huge mess.
Yeah. We have a very, very interesting field set here. We have 4 slips, we have a gully, and we have a backward point. So there are 6 fielders behind square on the offside for Nitish Kumar Reddy. They have taken 7 runs.
But yes, I watch a lot of baseball and love playing out of the park baseball. It's one of the games. It's one of my most played games.
Yeah, I see that every time you play it. It shows up in Discord.
Yeah, it's on Discord, and one of my friends had to message me once because it listed me as having played Football Manager for 30 hours straight. But yes.
Yeah. 7 runs of the first 4 deliveries. 5th one is yet to come. They are having, I think, a short leg. Someone was handed a helmet. There is an appeal for a stumping of a pace bowler in Scott Boland by Alex Carey. The umpire has made the signal that they will have a look at it. It is Nitish Kumar Reddy who is potentially out here. Let's have a look.
But yes, thinking of
yeah.
Sorry, I'm
no,
not.
Go ahead.
This is not a cricket related tangent. So I'm saying, thinking of concussions and things like that. It was fascinating. Did you watch the Netflix documentary on Vince McMahon?
No, I did not.
It came out earlier this year.
No, I did not.
One of the interesting things in it is he is, by depending on what you believe happened or didn't happen in a few situations, somewhere between a really weird, creepy man and should be spending the rest of his life in prison.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even the best case scenarios for him, he is not a good human being.
Yeah.
But he, for all his problems, the WWE under him was one of the first sporting, if you call it that, bodies to actually take concussion seriously, which is just one of those fascinating things.
Yeah. Who was it that they are scrubbing off their official histories? It's McMahon. He is basically he is downplayed in the official histories of the WWE now, and there is someone else who was also involved in the alleged sex trafficking ring that executives of the company were running.
There's a couple of people involved in that. They're trying to push aside. I think these days, I don't think Vince has he has a very small share of the company. I think he owes and doesn't do much beyond that.
Yes. So, because this is now stumps, back to the cricket. Nitish Kumar Reddy.
Yes, let's do cricket.
No, is it Reddy who ends the session with a 4, meaning that the Indians are trailing by. Yes, it is Nitish Kumar Reddy. He ends the session with a 4 and off Boland, and that means that the 24th over has gone for 11 runs. India are 128 for 5. The current run rate is 5.33, and the Indians trail by 29 runs with 5 wickets in hand, but probably the only one among those wickets in hand that can bat at least a little is Ravichandran Ashwin. So let me take you through what happened today. The Australians started the day on 86 for 1. They went to lunch on 200 for 4. So they lost 3 wickets in the first session, but they made over 100 runs. So basically Australia's session. They then lost another further 4 runs, but they made again over 130 runs in the second session. They were in the end all out for 337, a lead of 157. And in reply, the Indians lost 5 wickets inside the final session of the day. The highest score so far for the Indians in the second innings shared Rishabh Pant and
I'd say
Shubman
still
Gill.
Australia's test to lose here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Continue. Sorry, Discord's just cutting in and out, so I couldn't.
Yeah, sorry. That is true. KL Rahul made a 7. Virat Kohli was in double figures. This is kind of the only good thing I can say about that. No, he got a very good delivery by Scott Boland that Alex Carey took behind. He was gone for 11. He is the only Indian batsman that is out for double digits, because Nitish Kumar Reddy is the only other one that is on double digits and has not broken 20. He is on 15, not out. India 128 for 5. Picks off the bowlers.
There's a couple of double digits. There are a couple of double digits here.
Yeah, double digits, but not more than 20.
Jaiswal got 24, Shubman Gill got 28.
Yeah, exactly. But below 20, there's only one score between 10 and 20. There's only one score between 10 and 20 thus far, and that's Virat Kohli.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This partnership, I think, is this and maybe Ashwin are the key. Is the key to India. They need.
Yeah. I mean,
they need to bat long. They need to bat all of the first session tomorrow at least.
These two are up.
Have
absolutely.
any chance to do anything.
Yeah, they are still trailing by 29 runs.
But if you can bat through most of the first session tomorrow, bat through a lot of the second session, it gives you at least a shot at Australia when the ball's moving a lot in the evening, which could be your best bet.
Yeah, but that is also very, very speculative. The bowlers...
Oh, yeah. It's very, very speculative. Yeah. But only 3 bowlers used so far.
Yes, picks of the bowlers are Pat Cummins and Scott Boland. Boland probably a little behind Pat Cummins in second place because of his worse economy rate. Pat Cummins has 2 wickets and Boland has 2 as well, but Cummins conceded only 33 runs for them compared to Boland's 39.
Stark better get taking some more wickets if he wants the 10-wicket match.
Yeah, but he only has to take 3 more.
3 more, but there's only 5 to go.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but it would be. I think it would be nice if Stark took 10 in the match here, because he has been dominant with the pink ball.
Yes, he is. He very much deserves it.
Yes, he does. Well, that is all from us for today, I would say. Jess, thank you very, very much for coming on again.
You are very welcome. I'll see if I can come on for some of tomorrow, depending on how things schedule.
Yes, excellent. Yes, please forgive me if I end the stream here, but I've been doing the whole day today. So thank you, everyone.
Of course.
Thank you, everyone, for listening, and all the people that wrote in. And yeah, if you don't want to miss the third day of the day-night test from Adelaide, then you can always subscribe to this channel and you will be notified when we go live tomorrow morning. So thank you very, very much. And goodbye, everyone.
Bye.